Councilmember Brand, Councilmember Brandow, Councilmember Capriolio,
Here.
Councilmember Olivier, Councilmember Quintero, Councilmember Soria, Council President Baines.
Here. If we can have the invocation by Pastor Lee Seltzer of the North Park Community Church, and we'll all rise for that and remain standing because right after we will salute the flag.
Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning and ask for your wisdom, your guidance, and your direction. Lord, I pray that you would pour out your Spirit so that we would give justice where it is needed, mercy where it is needed, and truth where it is lacking. We ask this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Face the flag, ready, salute. All right, we'll jump right into our ceremonial presentations. But before I do that, I just want to remind my colleagues that we have Councilmember Capriolio on the phone in Montana, and let us remember to please speak clearly into our microphones. We will take every vote by roll call, so please keep your mics on and vote into the microphone, and we'll be announcing the votes after each vote for Councilmember Capriolio's benefit. Cap, did I cover everything for you?
Thank you, Council President. Perfect.
You're very welcome. Thanks for participating. All right, our first proclamation was proclamation of Brian Sharp Day by Councilmember Olivier.
Quite all right. Thank you very much, Council President, members of the council, and members of the public. I wanted to bring up Mr. Sharp. Brian, will you come up and stand with me here while I say a few words? Folks, this is a very important day to proclaim, and that's because every proclamation the city of Fresno does is very important, because when we notice excellence out in the community, when we see greatness out in the community, whether it's an individual or a group, we always try to bring them forward here before the city council to recognize them because of whatever it is they did that was so terrific. This one is very special. Oftentimes it's not someone who's saved a life. Oftentimes it's not someone who's actually preserved another human being's life by being real heads up and present in the moment to do that. But today we're honoring someone. This is Brian Sharp. He is a Fresno resident, and he is a carrier for the Fresno Bee. And one day, as you're going to hear in the proclamation, Brian came upon, in the 7th District, the district I represent, came upon a door of one of his customers where the newspapers were beginning to pile up. The customer wasn't taking the newspaper inside. I guess the sprinklers were on. And instead of just going on his way, he was present in the moment, made a phone call, and he's a hero in the truest sense of the word, because he stuck his neck out, got involved, and he did save someone's life. So today is going to be Brian Sharp Day in the city of Fresno, and we're all very proud of him. So let's give him a big round of applause. And at this time, let's have the city clerk read the proclamation into the record, and then we'll hear a few words from Brian himself.
Whereas Brian Sharp has been a Fresno bee carrier for the past 17 years to Fresno neighborhoods, and whereas Brian Sharp's routes consist of many people he has come to know over the years, one of which is a customer named Ann Loprich, and whereas Brian Sharp noticed that Ann Loprich's newspapers began to pile up and her sprinklers were still on, and whereas Brian Sharp knew something was wrong, so he immediately called 911, and whereas, thanks to Brian Sharp's phone call, Ann Loprich was taken to the hospital, and if Brian Sharp hadn't called, she would not have survived. And whereas Brian Sharp has always taken actions in order to improve the safety and well-being of the neighborhood that is on his route, and whereas Brian Sharp is an example of an outstanding citizen that the people of Fresno and beyond should look to emulate. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen and the Fresno City Council members, do hereby proclaim Thursday, July 30th to be Brian Sharp Day in the city of Fresno. We thank you for your work to better our community through helping others.
I'll try to keep it short, but I look at what I did and I don't see greatness. I see normality, and what I see is a simple match in a dark room. And I think if we were all carrying that match, that room wouldn't be dark. We'd be light here in Fresno. And so I didn't really want to call it Brian Sharp Day. I wanted to call it Random Act of Kindness Day. Because if we were all looking out for each other, the city would be so much better, and so much would take care of itself. But thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you for coming. With that.
All right, good morning. So where are my favorite people? Okay, come on, Roz. I see you right there. We're going to be giving the proclamation for National Night Out. Come on down, Roz. Yes, I'm already ready for you. So, and I have the chief coming down too. Oh, fantastic. All right. Well, listen, you guys are some of my favorite people, and I'm honored to be able to present the proclamation for National Night Out. I think this is something like our 32nd year for National Night Out, and we've been participating, Chief, for 32 years. Absolutely. So we've been involved in every one, and I know Roz with Fresno Police Neighborhood Watch has made sure that we are on the ball. And really what National Night Out is, and just in a very quick nutshell, and then I'll pass it over to Roz and the Chief and kind of let them talk about how we do it in Fresno. But the country wanted to have one day that was safe for everyone to go out and just have a good time with their neighbors. Obviously, the issue of violence throughout the communities is ran through the country. So many communities said, hey, we want to make our community safe and guarantee safety for one night. We partner with our police department. We will hold community-wide events throughout the entire city, throughout the entire country, and that is how National Night Out is run. And we do several National Night Out events in the city of Fresno. I know for sure at least every policing district has one official, and sometimes there are little sub-national night outs that happen as well. So we're very, very active and involved with National Night Out. But to give further explanation on that, I want to kick the mic over to Roz Clark, who really is the city's mother. I'll just say, Roz, you're like the city's mother. So tell us a little bit about National Night Out.
She's a grandma now. Anyhow, basically, just of what you said is that it's designed to heighten crime and drug prevention awareness, to create support for and participation in anti-crime programs, and basically to work very closely with the police department. We ask all our neighborhoods to come together and to just come together and care about each other and to be concerned about what happens in your neighborhood. And one of the things I want to tell everyone is that Fresno Police and Neighborhood Watch has no funding source. What we get is from donations and fundraisers that we have. So we thank all of the council members that help us on this night so that we can put this out as a free program and event for our citizens in the city of Fresno. And you're absolutely right. We have 4 major National Night Out. One is at Frank H. Ball for Southwest Fresno. In Northwest, it is Quigley Park. In Northeast, it is Wesley Methodist Church and El Dorado Park. And in Southeast, it's at the apartment complex. Because the council have 7 districts and we only have 4, each council district kind of overlaps in the other one. That's why it's so important for everyone to support us, to get out there, and to be with your neighbors. And we thank you very much for this proclamation.
We cannot overstate the importance, really, of what it means to have Neighborhood Watch in our city. We have a number of ways that we interact with neighbors. We have a social media network called Nextdoor program. But there's nothing that replaces that face-to-face interaction that occurs between neighbors and between neighbors and police. And that's really what National Night Out is designed to do, is to get people face-to-face within their neighborhoods to get to know each other so that they will be more comfortable reporting suspicious activity in those neighborhoods. And that's what this is about. And I want to thank Roz Clark. She really has been the driving force of Neighborhood Watch in our city for a long time. And probably 3+ decades. So we are very grateful for that, and we're grateful that we have an opportunity to be a part of that every year. So thank you. God bless you guys.
All right. Thanks so much, Chief. And just really quick for those times, for all of you all that are listening, it's going to be August 4th. We're going to start at 5:30 and go about 8:30. And the locations Roz gave you, the one in Southeast is at the Stony Brook Apartments at 4942 East Balch. So no problem. We just want to make sure we get the information out. And now we'll have our clerk read the proclamation.
Whereas the National Association of Town Watch is sponsoring a unique nationwide crime, drug, and violence prevention program on August 4th, 2015, entitled National Night Out. This year, the 32nd Annual National Night Out provides a unique opportunity for Fresno, California to join forces with thousands of other communities across the country in promoting cooperative police community crime prevention efforts. And whereas police community partnerships, neighborhood safety, awareness, and cooperation are important themes of the National Night Out program, locally, the Fresno Neighborhood Watch Association plays a vital role in assisting the Fresno Police Department through joint crime, drug, and violence prevention efforts in Fresno, and is supporting National Night Out 2015 by hosting events within the 4 policing districts at the Frank H. Ball Neighborhood Center, Stony Brook Apartments, Quigley Park, El Dorado Park, and Wesley Methodist Church from 5:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. And whereas it is essential that all citizens of Fresno be aware of the importance of crime prevention programs and the impact their participation can have on reducing crime, drugs, and violence in Fresno. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Mayor Ashley Swearingen and the members of the Fresno City Council do hereby call on all Fresno citizens to join the Fresno Police Department and Fresno Neighborhood Watch Association in supporting the 32nd Annual National Night Out and declare August 4th, 2015 to be National Night Out Day in the city of Fresno.
All right, moving right along on our agenda, we will now have approval of City Council minutes from June 29th and July 16th. Madam Clerk?
We should also have June 23rd.
We're going to hold off
That one?
approving that one
Okay.
this week.
So I don't have any changes on those
No
two
changes?
sets of minutes.
All right. Any change from any council members on the approval of the minutes? Councilmember Soria? Okay. All right. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
All right. We have a motion by Councilmember Capriolio, a second by Councilmember Brandow. I'm going to ask everybody to speak into the mic when we do, because Councilmember Capriolio is trying to hear our discussion up here. So the second is by Councilmember Brandow. We have a motion by Councilmember Capriolio. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
I'm sorry. We have to do a roll call vote. Go right ahead, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Councilmember Brand? Councilmember Brandow?
Yes.
Councilmember Capriolio?
Yes.
Councilmember Olivier? Councilmember Quintero? Councilmember Soria? President Baines?
Yes. The vote is 7-0 in approval of the minutes. Yes. Yes. All right. We will now move on to Councilmember reports and comments. I have Councilmember Soria.
I just want to take this moment to give a shout out to our Parks Department. We hosted a movie night out at Quigley park this Tuesday night. We had about 100 people, so I want to thank the Parks Department for being out. It was the first time, and I know other districts are also having movie nights in their parks. The community is really excited to see this. I will say that there was a number of people that hadn't used the park in a long time because of safety concerns, and so this organized event definitely brought the neighborhood out, and so very excited about that. We actually have another movie night tonight at Lions Park, where we flowered, and we expect also a really good turnout. We provide free snow cones and popcorn to a lot of our kids who are, coming from disadvantaged families. So very excited to be able to provide these resources. And again, thank you to our Parks Department for partnering with us on that. And the other thing that I did want to announce also, we have a national night out, as we just recognized Ross Clark in my district, also at Quigley Park next Tuesday. After 5:30, there's going to be a car show, bike repairs. We're going to give out helmets to children's bound houses, and so we're very excited to be able to provide all these fun resources to a lot of our kids before they get back to school. And so again, we thank the organizations that we've partnered up with to really make this happen. And we invite everyone in the surrounding neighborhood and throughout the city to come out and have a good time on next Tuesday after 5 p.m.
I'm next. President Bain said I was, so I'm next. I have about 3 or 4 things I'd like to talk about. I'd ask that we adjourn today's meeting in memory of District 5 constituent Tony Bisuano. And Tony he was 91 years old, lived in District 5 since late 40s, early 50s. And he was truly a role model for many of us growing up in the southeast Calwa area. Quiet guy. We didn't have too many role models in those days, but Tony was truly one of a kind and quiet man. Worked in a warehouse as a forklift driver all his career. Raised a great family, and Chief Dyer might know his son. Tony Bisuano is his son. But Tony was just truly an inspiration to many of us, and I wanted to adjourn in his memory today. And also, Assistant City Manager, want to thank the Public Works, if you can convey our thanks to them. The Orange Avenue and Peach Avenue are completely done. They look beautiful. The restriping has been completed. They did a heck of a job and getting it done very, very quickly. And we're seeing some of the residences and some of the businesses starting to kind of clean up their places as well. It's just been a godsend. Got a couple calls from folks saying that particularly for Peach Avenue, the city's saving them money on their suspension system after all these years. So they're very, very happy about that. And then last Saturday, the safest place to be at City Hall in the city of Fresno, was at Mosqueda. Mosqueda Center had a special Superheroes Aquatics event. So folks that showed up was Superman, Ant-Man, Wonder Woman, Batman, Batwoman, Iron Man, the Hulk. Mil Máscaras even showed up. Captain America, so they were all there. So it was the safest place to be. Over 300 kids showed up for that day. It was just a great day, and I wanted to particularly thank Sean. Sean, you're in the audience over there. Thank you for that. Manuel Hernandez and Evelyn Cepeda for coordinating the event, and it just was a great day, and all the superheroes cooled off and then went out and did their duty after that. And for our National Night Out, we're having it at an apartment complex on our annual one on Balch Avenue. Chief usually shows up, jumps in the bounce house with the kids, and everybody has a good time on that day. So we're inviting everybody to drop by, and it's at Balch and Willow. So I just wanted to mention those events and thank Public Works. So thank you very much.
Thank you. When did you become the council president? You want to get a quick promotion? I just remind all my council colleagues and the city manager's office that we're about to embark on a $400 million capital program to build the water capital program, the biggest ever probably in the city of Fresno. And a really important element that we did back, myself and Councilman Olivier, was an oversight board that we have about half of the people, nominees in from half the council. I'm going to call a first meeting probably in about a month or less, so I would encourage everybody to get their nominations in so we can get this thing started, and the valuable work this board will do overseeing large capital projects for the city. Thank you.
Council President, there's a moment.
Yes, Councilmember Gabrielio.
Thank you. I wanted to thank everybody for showing up on Friday, June 17th for the grand opening of the square at Campus Point. It was a great event. Hundreds of people showed up. It was a really hot day, but it was well participated. I want to thank my colleagues as well for participating in that event. And we're going to continue that private-public partnership with Fresno State to further develop Campus Point. Second is our night out will be at Wesley Methodist Church, which is right next to El Dorado Park, and we're going to have lots of activities, tons of food, lots of good things for everybody to get involved with and get to know your neighbors and promote the safety that's been evolving in that particular area over the last several years. So please come out and join us and have a great time. So thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Gabrielio. All right, moving right along, we're going to do approval of the agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any changes to today's agenda?
Yes, there are a few changes. The first one was a ceremonial item, which is 15660, a certificate of recognition, and it will return at a later date. Then on the consent calendar, item 1B, it should state the AAR resolution requires 5 affirmative votes. Then item 1K is the Central California Baseball Academy. It's been removed from the agenda by staff. So that one's going to be removed. And then on item 3A, which is the list of committees, the last one, item 20, the mayor should not be listed as part of that particular group. And those are all the changes.
All right, thank you for that. Do I have a motion to approve the amended agenda? We have a motion by Councilmember Soria. Do we have a second? Second by Councilmember Brandow. All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have any opposition to that? Seeing none, can we do that, City Attorney? Okay, seeing none, we will have a 7-0 vote on that. Next, we will move to the consent calendar. First, do we have any council members like to remove anything from the consent calendar? Councilmember Quintero.
Mr. President, I just have comment on 2 of them. I didn't want to remove them, so should I wait or make mention now?
You can. Are you going to register votes right now on the consent calendar?
No, I just wanted to make comment on them.
Okay, you can make comment.
Okay. First of all, the first item 1A, that one I wanted to thank my colleagues, the council members. That was one of the projects that we worked on to get Pulte to agree with us in installing the signal light at Belmont and Sunnyside. So I wanted to thank you for that and the work that the city attorney's office did as well. So so it's finally come to fruition. And then secondly, I wanted to talk about item 2C. That
2C or 1? We're on the consent calendar.
Oh, that's general admin. I'm sorry. I was testing you. Okay. No, that'll be all. Thank
All
you.
right,
Thank
no
you,
problem.
Mr. President.
Councilmember Soria.
I'd like to pull item 1F.
Councilmember Olivier.
An L and item 1P, please.
So 1L and 1P, as in Paul. You're pulling for discussion, Councilmember Olivier?
Both of these items, yes.
Yes. He 1L
1L and 1P.
1P, as in Paul.
Thank you.
So we have 1F, 1L, and 1P. Okay, now I'll take the consent calendar out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on the consent calendar? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Soria, you have item 1F as in Frank. I'm sorry, we need to take a vote. Do we have any opposition to the remaining consent calendar items? All right, seeing none, that will be a 7-0 vote in favor of the consent calendar. We have a motion by Councilmember Brandow to approve the balance of the consent calendar, and a second by Councilmember Brand. Any opposition to that? All right. 7-0. Councilmember Soria.
Okay, so I wanted to make a couple comments and potentially make a motion with an amendment to this item. So I know that we entered into agreements back in 2010. So we've been in these agreements for about 5 years, and so we're renewing. And so I just want to say that we've had an extensive discussion about parks and kind of the city's role. And so I'm of the belief, which I will say that I've worked with the majority of these organizations, and I love the work that these community-based organizations do for our community, and I am grateful for the work that they've done to step in during these the hard times that the city had to really fill and provide the resources and programs necessary for our community and continue the work that is much needed through our community centers in our different parks. One thing that I'd like to see, and in my time here in council, my commitment is really to look at how we can get back to having the city take on our real responsibility and continue to manage and take over these community centers, or put a little bit of more resources. So I would like to see if we can maybe include a provision where we would look at performance after a year to make sure that the community in these community centers, the programming is adequate for the surrounding neighborhoods, and that if we need to put additional resources, we at least come back a year after to see, if we do have resources here in the city, we should be augmenting, our ability to finance and expand some of these programmings. That's really important to me. I know that in my district, people enjoy having the community center at Quigley and the programs that the Parks Department provides, and so I just want to make sure that we're looking at within a year kind of a performance, and if there's a way that we can augment that during that time, we look at potentially giving additional resources so that we do provide a stronger partnership with our community-based organizations. So so I'll make a motion to come back in a year to look at performance and if there's an ability for us to provide additional resources.
So you wanna make a motion to approve the item and add that as an amendment?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a motion by Councilmember Soria to approve the item with additional amendments. Do we have a second? All right, we have a second by Councilmember Brandow. Madam Clerk, we'll take a vote.
Councilmember Brand?
Yes.
Councilmember Brandow? Councilmember Capriolio?
Yes.
Councilmember Olivier? Councilmember Quintero?
Yes.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council President Bangers?
Yes. The vote was
7-0.
7-0. All right, we now have item 1L. Councilmember Olivier.
Yeah, can you just give us a brief presentation on this item?
Absolutely, sir. Good morning,
Thank you.
Council.
Good
Jerry
morning.
Schuber, Assistant Director, Public Utilities, Solid Waste Division. What you have before you is an addition to the non-exclusive roll-off franchise.
Can you talk into the microphone?
Sorry. What you have in front of you is a addition to the non-exclusive roll-off franchise. We currently have 22 non-exclusive roll-off franchise haulers. Selma Recycling and Disposal has actually applied to be on that list. So what we're doing is an addition to the list. The non-exclusive roll-off franchise was approved in 2011, and at that time we had 16 non-exclusive roll-off franchises. Since then, we have added several, obviously, to get to 22, and that we're looking at a 23rd. This is kind of a natural scope of our business, is to add these folks so that they have hauling rights within town on a non-exclusive basis that allows them to haul large box material, and without that permit, they would not be allowed to haul within the city of Fresno.
Do you ever turn anyone down? Do you turn applications down? Or have we taken all of them?
As long as they meet the requirements, there's no reason to turn them down. They meet the insurance requirements, as well as they meet the licensing that they would have to go through the health department for the county, as well as have a business license within town. There's no, at this point, there's no reason to remove anyone or to not approve them. The only thing we could do at a later date is decide to go with more of an exclusive roll-off franchise, and then we would limit the field of players.
Thank you for your presentation.
Sure.
I'll let somebody else make the motion.
All right, we're awaiting a motion for item 1L.
Move to approve.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second by Councilmember Soria. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Brand?
Yes.
Councilmember Brandow? Councilmember Capriolio?
Yes.
Councilmember Olivier? Councilmember Quintero? Councilmember Soria? President Baines?
Yes, the vote was 7-0. Item 1P, Councilmember Olivier.
Yes, thank you, Council President. I was not here the last time that this item was considered by this body, but I did want to make a couple of comments. I don't believe that the city of Fresno in our future would ever display the stars and bars on any city property. And while I don't believe that the city of Fresno would ever sell the stars and bars or any other Confederate memorabilia, I'm happy to offer my support to my colleague in this resolution. So I'll make a motion to approve, please.
All right, I'll second. Councilmember Brandow.
So item 1P is the Confederate flag issue that we discussed 2 weeks ago.
Yes, it's the it has to come back in the final reading of the ordinance.
Councilman Olivier, what would you restate what you just said?
I understand why this came forward, and Council President Baines and I we're both history buffs, and we talk about history quite often. We talk about civil rights, the struggle for civil rights in our community, our nation, quite often. So I understand that this is coming from a sober and well thought out and historical perspective. I don't think that he was irresponsible or flippant in bringing this forward. I think it's meaningful to the council president. I think it's meaningful to the constituency that he represents, not only in the southwest part of our city, but citywide. And so, therefore, because he's serious, I had to take a serious look at this item. And I think that I agree. It's been on the newspaper. It's been on the radio. No, we don't have a gift shop. No, we don't own a Stars and Bars. We're not a rebel state here in California, but I know that the presence of those items makes some people feel really bad. I know that the presence of those items hurts people. All this resolution does is it bars the city of Fresno from ever hurting people in that way. It's not likely we're opening a gift shop and selling Jefferson Davis busts. But now, we cannot. So because it binds the power of the city, I can support it.
Oh, well, I appreciate
And I appreciate all discussion on it in the public forum as well as within these chambers.
All right. Well, I just wanted some clarity. I cast a vote to abstain 2 weeks ago. I'm going to continue with that today.
We have a motion in the second. Madam Clerk, can you read the roll?
Sure. Councilmember Brand? Councilmember Brandau abstain. Councilmember Capriolio?
Yes.
Councilmember Olivier?
Yes.
Councilmember Quintero?
Yes.
Councilmember Soria? Council President Baines?
Yes. Item passes 5-0-2 with 2 abstentions. Council members Brandau and Brand. Thank you. We'll now move on to our general administration items. We'll have item 2A, a resolution to approve an amendment to the 2015-83 of the City Council of the City of Fresno, California, designating Huntington Boulevard, which includes all properties described in Attachment A, as a local historic district.
Good morning, Council President and Council members. Karana Heddersley Drayton here for the City of Fresno DARM Development Resource Management. Very brief administrative item. On May 21st, as you probably recall, on a 7-0 vote, the council did designate the Huntington Boulevard Historic District. However, you did use your discretion, which is allowed under the Fresno Municipal Code, to either approve, deny, or modify the recommendations of the Historic Preservation Commission and the staff. And you did that by allowing any property owner who wished to opt out of the district boundaries to do so. And the way they were to do that was to receive a letter which was sent from the director of the department with the information about the council decision and a form to fill out if they chose to opt out. 38 property owners did choose to opt out. That was 37 houses, 1 vacant property. We have redrawn the boundaries, and so what is before you is just the amendment to the original resolution which you adopted that shows, excuse me, shows that new boundary and all of the properties that are in versus out. So it's a pretty straightforward item, and I'm very happy to answer any questions if you should have any.
We'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Quintero.
Karana? Thank you for all your hard work on it. I know you had a lot on your plate to not only get this done, but other projects as well. You mentioned that 38 opted out?
There's 38 property owners because one property owner owns 2 parcels. So 37 houses and 1 vacant lot.
Okay, and how many properties all total?
There are 122 total, so now there are 84 in the actual district.
And then, City Attorney, you provided information to the folks that requested the Public Records Act on signatures and all that.
Yes, there were some requests on Public Records Act, and they've been responded to.
Okay, and you didn't, for the record, you didn't receive any requests for further information or any questions?
There were a few questions that were
Follow-up?
answered, but most of that was through the department.
Okay, so everything got answered, and some folks are happy, some aren't, but for the most part, most are happy.
Well, we hope so. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good job. Motion to approve, Mr. President?
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Quintero and a second by Councilmember Brand. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Brand? Yes. Councilmember Brandau? Councilmember Capriolio?
Yes.
Councilmember Olivier? Absent. Councilmember Quintero? Councilmember Soria? And Council President Baines?
Yes. Vote was 6-0 with Councilmember Olivier absent. Item 2B, action pertaining to exclusive airport advertising concession agreement at Fresno Yosemite International Airport.
Council President, Council, good morning. Kevin Michael, Director of Aviation. I'm pretty excited about this item because it's been quite a while since we've had a total refresh of the advertising campaign within the terminal complex. If nothing else, because of the technology changes. Excuse me. We went through an extensive recruitment process, an evaluation process that involved, evaluating a transition plan, advertising concepts, capital investments by the company, revenue potential, obviously, sales and management plan, meaning involving not only national, regional, but also local advertising within the terminal, and overall appearance, and does it fit our theme? Does it fit our what the Valley here is all about? Some of the changes we're going to see, first of all, it's going to be a total refresh in the terminal. It's going to look different. It's going to have more of a gallery look instead of these framed advertising on the static displays. In baggage claim, we're going to have interactive kiosks, so you kind of hit buttons on a screen or touch a screen for getting a hotel or other types of transportation. So it's really it's kind of that ongoing theme that we're moving the complex, into the 21st century one step at a time. So I'm pretty excited about that. We're going to have airport TV in the gate areas, which you see obviously in larger airports. And I say airport TV. It's not your regular, at-home TV. It's a filtered TV because they control the content. They don't show inappropriate content. And, of course, they obviously sell the advertising on that. It's obviously going to be more revenue for the department, and we're excited about that. So this is a win-win for everybody, and I'm available to answer any questions.
All right, we'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to congratulate Kevin and his team on their thorough evaluation and our movement into the 21st century. This is another jewel in District 4, the airport, and all the hard work they do to really put Fresno on the map by virtue of our ever-improving airport facility. They do a great job. And with that, I move to approve this item.
All right, I'll second it. I was a little quick. We seem to have a member of the public that would like to comment. Come forward, state your name and address for the record, please.
First of all, I'd like to ask you, did you get some paperwork from the city's clerk's office on this agenda, period? She stated that she put it on your desk right in front of you. Did you, Mr. Baines?
Do you want to comment on this item?
Did you get I was supposed to be speaking on all of the items. Did you all the timed items?
This is not a timed item.
This
is not a timed item.
I'm talking about from the beginning, Mr. Baines.
Yeah, this is not a timed item, but if you have a comment on this, we'd be happy to receive it.
Okay, let me put in my comment now. On all of the projects, period, that's receiving federal or state fundings, we're going to object to any of it, period, point blank, because there hasn't been any meetings in your district, and none of the other council members have had any meetings, nor have the mayor had any meetings. So any fundings, state or federal fundings that go to any project in any district from District 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, we're going to object to you receiving any fundings. And I guess from now on, I would have to sign that and sit it here in the front because you have that paperwork in front of you. And I don't understand why you didn't do what you needed to do.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second, and for clarity, you asked for all timed items, and this isn't a timed item. I would advise you to sit in the front and be ready to comment when you see appropriate. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Brand? Councilmember Brandow?
Yes.
Councilmember Capriolio?
Definitely yes.
Councilmember Olivier? Absent. Councilmember Quintero? Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
And Council President Baines?
Yes. The vote was 6-0 with Councilmember Olivier absent. Item 2C, we have a resolution authorizing the submission of a grant application to the Fresno Council of Governments Cycle 2 Regional Competitive Active Transportation Program. Staff?
Good morning, Council President, Council Members, City Manager, Robert Anderson from Public Works. Before you today, we have a request that Council authorize the Public Works Department to submit grant applications for the Competitive Transportation Program. This program, let's make sure I'm on the right one. Yes. This active transportation program funding is for projects that will enhance public health by increasing locations for and the safety of the use of non-motorized activities such as walking and biking. We have 4 applications that we wish to submit. The first one is for a traffic signal at Divisadero and Mariposa. The second project is for signals on L Street at Fresno and Tulare, and also a Cedar and Woodward traffic signal, and a sidewalk installation on Ashland from FE Street to Freeway 41. This ends my presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Quintero. Oh. Okay. All right, state your name and address for the record.
Good morning, council members, President Baines, Leticia Corona with Leadership Council. We are here to thank you for working with us. We work very closely with the parent group in Sequoia for identifying the needs there on, which is Cedar, and as well on Hamilton, but that's a separate project, but the one here is on Cedar and Woodward Avenue, and we want to thank just also the Public Works Department for working with us as well in identifying these projects. We ask for your support moving forward as well, and we have 2 of our key leaders that helped us identify these projects and moving forward and help us compile them and submit them, so thank you very much. We're here to work with you moving forward on this. Thank you. I'll be translating. Oh, no, usted puede. I'll be translating for Lisa.
Hi, my name is Melba Garza. I've been volunteering at Sequoia Middle School for 3 years. I just want to thank you for working with us and for approving this project. Thank you very much.
Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Lilia Becerril. Soy miembro de la comunidad de Sequoia Middle School. Gracias a todos.
Good morning. My name is Lilia Becerril. I'm a member of the community of Sequoia Parent Group.
Tengo 13 años trabajando con la comunidad de Sequoia Middle School y hasta estos últimos 3 años he mirado la necesidad que necesitamos en el área.
I've been working actively in the community of Sequoia for 13 years, and it's been 3 years since I saw improvements.
Desde que se hizo la escuela Ben Pound, se implementó el tráfico.
Since the school bank POW was constructed, the traffic also increased in that area.
En este momento les quiero dar las gracias por el proyecto que estamos iniciando y que espero que todos nos estén apoyando.
At this moment, I would like to thank everyone for your support, and I hope moving forward also will provide us with that support. Thank you.
All right. We'll now bring this item back to the dais. Councilmember Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Anderson, thank you. Cedar and Woodward, really appreciate it. I don't have much of a comment, but also wanted to mention to Councilmember Brandow, if you'll recall earlier this year when we were going through these different projects and which ones will get funded, and you were asking questions about your district, and I said, by the way, this is 1996. This is the one that's getting approved today, so I wanted to thank the council. So it's you might not be on the council when yours gets approved, but it'll get done. So, but thank you very much, Robert, and I thank your department for the work. Lilia, nomás les quería decir que desde 1996 hemos trabajado para agarrar el signal light allí en la Cedar y Woodward. Y esta parte del proyecto es nomás para poner la aplicación, pero esperamos de ganar el dinero para arreglar ahí. Pero desde ese tiempo hemos trabajado casi 20 años para agarrar la luz. So, gracias por ayudándonos también. Lo agradezco. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is that a motion?
If you want me to, that's an emotion to pass.
All right. All right. We have a motion by Councilmember Quintero and a second by Councilmember Brand. Councilmember Soria.
Chief Dyer told me to say that.
Thank you. I just had a couple questions. I'm going to be supporting the item. I think that, these projects definitely have merit, and obviously my council colleague has been working for a long time to get some resources to that particular neighborhood. So excited to see that, almost 20 years later, we're going to see some improvements in this neighborhood. But just, I guess, for my knowledge, and so that as we move forward for the next cycle, just want to get a sense of, how does, my council colleague Brand and I, Steve, and I get, some of our projects in, the list of maybe the potential next cycle, and how can we work with the community to, because I think it's beautiful that, it is, through the community outreach and how community members have organized to identify and bring forth some of the needs that need to be addressed.
Well, we take any project that either council or the public comes to us, and we look at it and look at the merits and look whether it would be competitive and actually apply for the particular grant. And if it does, what we do is we put together estimates for the projects, and we put those in our file. So when these next cycles come up, and I believe the next one for this type of grant is probably next year, then we have a list of projects that we can look at and actually try to apply for them. These type of projects, though, have to be, as I said before, pedestrian friendly. They have to promote health by walking and bicycling, and they also have to be large enough, so they have to be at least $250,000 or greater to apply.
So what's the time frame so that, if over the next few months we continue to work with our neighborhood groups to maybe identify some for the next cycle, what would be the date that, you guys would need to have this information?
Well, this cycle is actually up next month on the 7th, and that's our deadline. So I think it'll be within the next year. So we have time to try to get estimates for the projects.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but these funds are just from Fresno COG, right? Or the regional fund?
I believe they are regional, yes.
So, and I know that I brought this issue up previously, and I'm hoping that the next cycle of funding for the state, because there's a state ATP funds out there. So I want to make sure that we also don't miss the opportunity next time, because I know for this cycle we did miss an opportunity to apply for some projects that we could have gone some state funding. So could you guys let us know in terms of kind of the time frame for that, so that we're also working with you guys to make sure that if we have projects in our district,
Sure.
We know when to get the appropriate information, or get our community organized to bring those forth.
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We have I'm sorry, Councilmember Quintero.
Just a quick follow-up, Robert. With this, with today's approval, and then moving forward with submitting the application, what's the time frame? How many months do they go to deliberate who gets what?
It's going to be a few months before we will find out whether or not that the grant was successful, and then after that, it'll have to be, the money will have to be set aside on the FTIP, and then it's going to take the time to go through and put in the applications, the E76s for the design, and so on. So we're quite a few months off.
Mm-hmm. So you're thinking probably over a year?
Probably.
Okay. So Leticia, just so you know, it's if it gets approved, it's over a year before they actually can do anything with that. Okay. So, okay, thank you very much, Robert.
Councilmember Brandow.
Robert, great presentation. Congratulations, Councilman Quintero, and for the other projects as well, the other couple projects. Yeah. Robert, I join Councilmember Soria in wanting to understand the process a little bit better. And so if you don't mind, and it was a great presentation, I'm very supportive today. Our offices would like to set up a meeting with you to understand the whole process.
Sure.
All right,
that would
cool.
be great.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. All right, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Councilmember Brand? Councilmember Brandow? Councilmember Capriolio?
Yes.
Councilmember Olivier? Councilmember Quintero? Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council President Baines?
Yes. The vote was 7-0. Item 2D, resolution authorizing submission of a grant application to the California Department of Transportation, Cycle 7 Highway Safety Improvement Program. Staff.
Good morning again, Robert Anderson from Public Works.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
I'm sorry. This is very similar to the previous grant, as we're doing grant applications to Caltrans this time for the highway safety improvement funding opportunities that are available. And we're asking for council to authorize the department to submit 2 grant applications for these. The Highway Safety Improvement Program funding is for projects on major streets that can be identified as having a very high cost-benefit ratio if implemented. The high benefit has to show that the projects would be, in fact, lower the incidences of fatalities and or accidents that had injuries associated with them. The 2 projects that staff wish to apply for are the Chestnut Shields traffic signal and the Belmont Fulton traffic signal. This ends my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that I can. Thank you.
All right, we'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. This is in Council Districts 3 and 4. Councilmember Capriolio, do you have any comments?
Yes, I wanted to thank Public Works Department for their efforts to get that traffic signal at Shields and Chestnut. We have a lot of constituents who call often and are very concerned about that intersection and the situation in general. So I want to thank them, and the sooner we get this going, the better. And really appreciate it, and would move to approve this item.
And I'm going to join in Councilmember Capriolio's appreciation for the project. Same for me, the intersections over at Belmont and Fulton. I'm certainly thankful that we're pursuing this. So, Councilmember Capriolio, would you like to make a motion?
Move to approve.
All right, and I'll second it. Madam Clerk, you can have roll call.
Councilmember Brand? Councilmember Brandow? Councilmember Capriolio?
Yes.
Councilmember Olivier? Councilmember Quintero? Councilmember Soria? Council President Baines?
Yes. Vote passes 7-0. Thank you, staff. We'll now move on to item 2E, actions pertaining to the Fresno Clovis Regional Wastewater Reclamation Facility for a 2-megawatt solar energy facility bid. Staff?
Good morning, Council. Steve Hogg, Department of Public Utilities. Yes, we're here this morning to look for several actions from the Council. The actions pertaining to the Fresno Clovis Regional Wastewater Reclamation Facility when a 2-megawatt solar facility. The first action would be to adopt the Fourth Amendment to the annual appropriation resolution appropriating $1,367,500 to the Sewer Enterprise State Revolving Loan Fund. And the second action is to award a contract to MD Energy in the amount of $10,024,426.24. We're in the process of construction of the advanced treatment, tertiary treatment at the regional facilities to provide recycled water for our community. This is going to end up being a very energy-intensive treatment processes using ultraviolet light for disinfection, large blowers, horsepower blowers to supply air for the process. And so we were looking for opportunities to offset some of that significant increase in electrical load and demand. And one way to do that is through the installation of a large solar array. Because it is associated with this advanced treatment, we're able to secure very favorable financing for the solar project through the state revolving loan fund at an interest rate of 1.7%. And so we think it's a very good project. Really it helps us to offset that increase in electrical demand, and we're getting very good financing to do it with. So with that, I'd like to ask your approval of those actions.
Thank you. I'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, bring it back to the dais. It's actually the regional wastewater facility is in my district, so I'll ask a few questions. Definitely happy to hear that we're contemplating making a move in this direction. Can you give us an idea of what the annual energy bill is that we're trying to offset? What kind of numbers are we talking? Because 2 megawatts. 2 megawatts is huge.
We're fortunate that a large portion of our electrical demand at the facility is already currently offset with power generation on site, and so we're able to use the biogas we produce. So there's a portion of it. If we're looking at the energy we're offsetting with this would be at somewhere in the neighborhood of about 11 or 12 cents per kW, and so I could run the math on that, but it's I think we figured this is about a 10-year payback. So I can get you the exact number.
Yeah, I was looking through the staff report, and I didn't see the math actually. While I'm for obvious reasons, a fan of solar production, I was curious to see what the real math is. I know 1.7% interest rate on the loan is really good, which I know would aid in the payback. But I'm curious to see how much use are we offsetting, and what's the payback on there? How many kilowatts are we talking about offsetting?
Okay, I can run those numbers for you. I don't have them in front of me right now, but like I said, we're looking at a 2 megawatt facility. Obviously, because you're solar, it doesn't run around the clock, and so you don't get the full 2 megawatts. But I can run that. You're correct, though, that we looked at also during doing things like power purchase and those sort of things. But because we were getting the 1.7% interest rate, it really made sense to actually do the panel purchase. But I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I can run them for you.
Yeah. Now let me ask: is because actually I do want to see that, and I was kind of looking through that. Is this a time sensitive item?
Are we time sensitive on this one? We're a little bit time sensitive in that we have to award contracts before September 15th. To qualify for the 1.7% interest rate through the state revolving fund.
Okay. Well, you only have one bidder, so there's only one person that we have to award the contract to, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm probably gonna ask I'll see what my colleagues say, but I do want to see the numbers and understand the numbers a little bit better. I didn't see that present in the staff report. So I'm probably going to ask to continue the item into the 20th, if I would have support on that. Not that I'm unsupportive, but I think that when we are, this is a large appropriation, and I think we should have the detail in the staff report for not only us but the public to be able to see that. So that's my sentiment right now, Council. But we have a couple other council members that have questions. The questions that I have, obviously, you can't answer because you don't have the numbers in front of you, because those are the questions I have, but I'll let my colleagues answer more questions. Councilmember Brandow.
Well, first, Council President, I would support continuing the item as well, because there's some questions that I have, and I'm going to ask Steve today, but I'd like to know more in depth, and so I wouldn't even mind taking a meeting with you and staff or whatever.
Yeah, we can do it together. That's fine.
Okay, Steve, my first question is: did you ever consider nuclear?
I'm sorry.
Did you ever consider nuclear power? All right. So on the land, and that's a semi-joke, by the way.
All we got to do is change the law.
Okay, and we can work on that. It's going to be very difficult in the current administration, I think, because we're giving out grants for solar. So tell me about the financing for this, so that folks understand who's going to be paying for the solar panels and all of that stuff.
Okay. So the financing, because, as I mentioned, we're using it to offset the increased demand through these tertiary treatment, recycled water treatment facilities, because we're able to make that linkage, we're able to get the financing through the state revolving, Clean Water State Revolving Loan Fund. And so it's actually federal dollars that are administered by the state. The debt service on that will be paid through the wastewater enterprise, so essentially sewer user fees. But like I said, because we are able to offset that demand, there isn't actually a pretty good payback on it, and that's what I said. I'll get you those exact calculations.
So is the $10 million? That's for the construction of the solar, right? Is that?
That's correct. Construction,
purchase and construction of the solar.
Of the panels and the electrical equipment associated with it. So there'll have to be some electrical switchgear and some high voltage cabling ran. But yeah, essentially it's for the construction of the solar facility. We're using these panels will have they'll be tracking type panels. They'll track in one direction.
Yes. Okay. And so does that represent the total price tag of the project?
Yes, correct. For the solar component, the total price tag of the solar.
But there's other aspects like connecting to that solar, or the land use out there at the wastewater treatment facility. Are there any other costs to this project that the public needs to know about?
No, this is the complete turnkey construction of the panels, connection to the facility's electrical system. It'll be installed on property that's already at the facility.
And how many acres of property?
It ends up being, what's it, 8.9? Oh, yes, it's 8.9, and it also includes, it's 10 years maintenance, isn't it? And it also includes 10 years maintenance on the panels as well.
Okay, so the $10 million includes maintenance for 10 years, and then after that 10 years, the maintenance will be picked up by the city of Fresno?
That's correct.
Okay, and that will come through user fees, probably? Is that correct?
Yes. So and the offsets continue to, again, the offset of the increased electrical demand to offset what we would, if we didn't have these, we'd end up, those same user fees plus some would end up paying for electricity.
So when you say offset, so when the solar saves money, saves energy, money that we would be spending for another energy source, then that would offset the cost to our ratepayers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is it one of those packages where it completely pays for itself?
It does completely pay for itself. We're not like I mentioned, we're not doing a power purchase arrangement where we lease the panels and we sell the power to another provider at a set rate or those sorts of things. Because we are getting this very favorable interest rate, it made more sense to actually purchase and own the panels. And that way, any increases in electrical rates that we would potentially have seen if we hadn't done this over the years, we actually are able to take advantage of those as well.
Okay. And then the land that this is at the wastewater treatment facility, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so 8.9 acres on 2,000 acres is not a very big deal, but is that ag land?
It's actually land that previously had mothballed and obsolete other process units on it that have been demolished. So it right now is just barren dirt.
All right. Thank you, Steve.
Councilmember Brand.
Thank you, Council President. I did a little homework on this one, and I share the same concerns about continuing the item to answer questions, but basically most solar power facilities have about roughly 4 to 5 acres per megawatt.
Yeah, that's about right, yes.
So about 8, 9, 10 acres would normally be the size of the footprint, correct?
Yes,
now,
that's correct.
We're paying roughly $5 million per megawatt or $5 per watt. Now, based on what I've seen, at least comparatively speaking, that seems to be on the high side.
You mean for the construction cost?
The construction cost, yeah. And that raises concern because there were 11 bidders, and we rejected all the bidders except one, MD Energy.
We had 11 people had pulled spec sets, but we actually only received one proposal.
From MD Energy?
Correct.
Okay. And the total cost with financing is $14 million, is that correct?
That sounds about right, yes.
Okay. He's got the state revolving loan at 1.7, which is low. What is the payback period? You know, and Councilman Baines had alluded to this earlier, that we need to have a detailed analysis on kilowatt usage, how much it goes, payback period, efficiencies. And I know there's variables on each plant that's built that determine its cost and ultimately its efficiency, including number of sunny days, solar irradiation, medium daylight temperatures, air mass, all this stuff. So there's a lot of information out here that's not here. And at a project this size, I think we need the information. I'm sure you can come back. But I really seriously questioned, you know, the bidding process and essentially making a decision to sole source MD Energy. And reading the package, there were questions about the credibility of MD Energy. It said they were bought by a company. What was their position prior to the acquisition?
Yeah, we did a feasibility study on this project. It includes all of that information that you were just looking for, and we could get that to you. It provides all of that. We asked our finance people to do the financial backgrounds on the proposed bidders, and while they have had some change in I think their ownership and business relationship, we felt they were still a pretty secure company.
Now, what is their track record on building similar size, 1 megawatt or bigger solar plants?
They have it's actually a group of subcontractors, and they have subs that have experience in that size of facility.
So has MD Energy ever built a large megabyte or bigger solar plant?
Yes, they have.
How many? Okay. I would like to see this. I think the RFP process on this. I like to, you know, and I'm willing to listen to my council colleagues. I'd like to see this thing. I don't know what the timeline is, you know, kind of rebooted, so to speak, to, you know, because this, again, at least on the surface, it appears to be high at $5 per watt, and maybe getting, you know, more competitive situation might lower the overall cost. So again, I think a lot of this can be handled coming back and maybe meeting with some council members on this. But as it sits now, I have serious concerns and would like to see these questions answered.
Sure.
Okay.
You can do that.
Thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with my council members. We definitely need more information. And the other plant that we have, the most recent one that had been built, who built that one?
You're talking about the other power generation?
Beheimer?
It's actually it's a different technology. It's combustion gas turbines that utilize biogas. So it's not a solar facility. It was built back in 2004.
So it's apples and oranges then?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So what would be the timeline then that Councilmember Baines is?
I'd like to see this come back for the August 20th meeting. I think that, I mean, all the work's been done. I just think you all need to package it and present it to us. So I don't think that there's any additional work that needs to be done. It simply is a packaging issue. So I'm hoping you can have that back for us by the 20th.
Yeah, that's very doable.
It's doable. Okay, great. Okay, look forward to getting it. And Councilmember Brandow, just so you know, nuclear power. The 1980s, Councilmember Chris Peterson passed an ordinance that declared Fresno a nuclear-free zone. So you got to get by that ordinance.
That's kind of like a sanctuary city then. What district was Peterson in?
Don't
tell me District 2.
District 5.
Oh.
All right. Well,
Council President?
Yes, Councilmember Capriolio.
When you have a moment, I'd like to comment on this.
Go right ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you. Steve, what was that interest rate, that favorable interest rate? Did you say 1.3%?
Through the state revolving fund for this project, it is because it's associated with the Clean Water Fund is 1.7%.
Very good. Thank you. And my concerns, I join my colleagues in their comments on this particular project, but I'm really concerned about our local business preference aspect of these projects. And the people the 11 companies that pull the specs, were there local companies included?
There was some local companies that pulled plan sets, yes.
And you mentioned that this particular MD Energy were going to use subcontractors. Do we know if those subcontractors would be local businesses that would help with this overall project?
We don't believe any of their subs that they have listed were local. That subs were things such as the providers of the panels themselves, the providers of the inverter units. There's not a lot of, if any, of those kinds of companies that are local.
And the installation aspect of it, would that be potentially a local business?
I believe MD is doing the install. No, they are not local.
If we could at least think about it, if not address some of the reasons why local businesses are not involved. I know there's several solar companies in our community, and some aspect of this project, I would love to see them get involved and benefit our community directly from these funds by virtue of the work aspect of it. So if there's not a second, I would second Council President's motion. So thank you very much.
All right, Councilmember Capriolio, thank you. I want to follow up on something that Councilmember Capriolio said. I'm not exactly sure that's accurate, that there aren't a lot of local companies that could do this. This isn't necessarily that complicated, right? I mean, most of it's construction work with the install. So I think that hopefully when we come back, we can see what some of the issues were. But I do want to say that $5 a watt, is debatable whether or not it's high or not. So, if you can package, we'd like to probably see all the detail on this, and some of the questions council members asked are really very basic questions in the solar proposal. For instance, obviously the payback, how many kilowatts you're offsetting, the time horizon that you're going to offset it, and all of that stuff. The panels that we're using, for instance, are we using American-made panels or not? I mean, they're American-made inverters, and there are tons of questions that I probably had, and just the detail wasn't there in the proposal. So if we can just package that all up for us and get it back, and hopefully on the 20th. Do I need to time this, City Attorney?
I don't think this one would require time.
Okay, so let's just continue this item until the 20th, and then we'll bring it back as a staff item. Very good. All right, thanks. All right, moving right along, we have item 2F, and this is to approve a side letter of agreement with the Fresno Police Officers Association representing Unit 4. Do we have staff for this? Oh, there we go.
Good morning, Council. I'm Ken Phillips, Labor Relations Manager, Personnel Services Department. We're asking that you approve a side letter with the Fresno Police Officers Association. This side letter provides for incentives to encourage experienced police officers to transfer from other agencies. Details are in the report before you, and I'm available for any questions.
All right, thank you. I have a few members in the audience that like to speak. First, I have Israel Reyes. If you can come up, speak your name and address for the record.
Good morning, Israel Reyes, Fresno Police Officers Association, 994 North Van Ness. Sorry about that. And I'm here today to stand in for FBOA President Jackie Parks, who's unfortunately out of town today, and basically to ask that the council approve this side letter and actually give a special thanks to council members Steve Brownell and Lee Brand for working closely with the FBOA Executive Board. I know that you've intimately worked with us to get this letter going, and we truly appreciate it. We know the implementation of this letter will attract the best and most qualified candidates from around the state to the city of Fresno, which in turn would be a benefit to the citizens of Fresno. Thank you.
All right, we have Barbara Hunt.
Hello, Barbara Hunt, 339 West Eden, Fresno, California, 93706. We already got the #1 top police force in the country. We don't need nobody else. We need to enchant them. Give them that $10,000 and so they can up the ladder with you all instead of training somebody out here in the street we don't know anything about. And then put it our own police department, put them to work, give them the money, and then if you want to put them out there for bid or something like that, let our police have first #1 priority. We got a good police department. There's so much going on out here in the world. You thought about this here thing with the flag. You thought about these. I think about these people all over the United States, and everybody's getting shot. We got to build our police station and force up. We can't give no more development. We can't think about no more water because people's lives is at stake out here. I hear shooting all the time. That thing paid off the other night out there when somebody shot and they got him. Mr. Brand, you was here from the Planning Commission. You know all this stuff. And Sal sure know what goes on around here. And these people are not playing out in these streets. And these is not these street folks. We got new folks out here. I've been out here in the streets. I know what's out here. I've been places y'all wouldn't think I'd be at. I'll be there so I can know. That's why I can talk. We need all the help we can get. There's no time to stop now because we're in a war, we're in a siege. Iran want to shoot those missiles and blow us up over here. If Obama don't sign this paper for them, we ain't got to sign nothing for them. We're America. We're the only free country in the world, the richest country in the world. Trying to make my yard look like their yard, but that shit ain't going to work. We want grass, but I got dirt in my yard. I don't have no grass, so I ain't complaining. But what I want to see, Mr. Sal, and I want all you council people up here, whatever Chief Dyer comes up here and Zach and them, because I know they stick together and they bring the justice to our country, our city over here. They get together, talk the issues over, and they come out with the best decision for us. And I know this. And I've been knowing Chief and them before. I knew Chief Winchester. I knew Chief Joseph. Chief Joseph said, I want to get out of here, Miss Hunt. It's too dangerous out here for me. This is a jungle. Chief Winchester left too. Chief Dyer hung in here with us. He straightened that whole thing up out there. He didn't need money. Y'all didn't even want to give it to him. We went through the recession, let everybody off. I gave Zachy some papers. The fire department wants the papers where we pay their pension and the fire department pensions off our checks. The people do. So whatever these people need, give it to them. It ain't no time to spare the rod. We're in a war. We're in a siege. We got folks out here I ain't never seen them before, and they in all these offices. And look at the board of supervisors. They don't even have a home. And they talking about putting people out and their asses out their own self now. Ain't got nowhere to go. That could be us. My life says that got to go, and I'm going to sit down. But give Chief Dyer what he needs.
All right. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to comment on this item? All right. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. I have Councilmember Soria.
So I have a couple questions, and maybe these will be to the chief. So, just a couple questions. Thank you, Chief, for being here. So with this incentive plan, limited to really the 1 year, do you see the ability to fill the vacancies? I believe that we say we're about 60 short. So in terms of the recruitment, do you see?
Currently, we're at 706 police officers. We're authorized this month to be at 727. We're going to build to 760 officers. And so what that means is between now and the end of this fiscal year, June 30th, we're going to need to hire 54 more police officers. However, we do know that as a result of attrition, there's about 3 per month. That's another 36. So we are going to be needing to hire somewhere around 90 police officers in the next 11 months. We have a plan in place to be able to do that. We have a staggered hiring plan that is going to occur over the next 11 months. What we really want to do is blend how we hire. We want about 50% of our officers to come from the cadet candidate pool, the ones that we hire from the academy, the ones that we send through the academy and then put in the field training program. But we also need the experience. Those officers that we can attract from other agencies that are street ready. When they get here, they go through our field training program, and we have them out in the field. And we believe that's the right blend for our city. And so in order to do that, we have to attract the best and the brightest from other agencies. And what we have found is that for a lot of reasons, officers are reluctant to leave their departments and come to, whether it's Fresno or any place else, because of the security they have where they're at, and sometimes the cost of moving and a number of other factors. The purpose of this is to incentivize those individuals to come, as well as incentivize our officers to be the eyes and the ears and go out and recruit. I do believe we'll be able to get there, but it's going to require a lot of work and a lot of creativity, and a slow attrition rate on the part of our officers leaving the department.
Great. So you kind of answered my second question. My second question was how many officers leave the department annually, because in looking at the recruitment plan, we're not only looking at the existing vacancies, but as you mentioned, we have an attrition rate that is also impacted. And so within this proposal, are we looking at capping that number? Is it just any vacancy? Could you clarify that?
Well, in terms of attrition rate, we anticipate at most 3 officers leaving per month this year. I can tell you the last 2 years the attrition rate has been higher. It's been over 4 officers per month. Part of that had to do with during the recession, we had some officers that actually left our department for other agencies. We also found ourselves, since we didn't hire for a number of years, officers got to that one point where there was a lot of them that were ready for retirement, and our goal is to fill every single vacancy that we have this coming year, and that's the goal. The reality is we're going to have some vacancies along the way, and which creates a need in our patrol staffing to order back officers. But the goal is to fill every position.
Okay. So then that, to me, because when I was thinking about kind of the cost, and so we're talking about, you said about 90 officers? Is that in terms of to be where we should be to meet our goal?
We believe that's what we're planning for. It may be less, but we're planning for 90.
So in the staff report, it's mentioned that you can absorb this within the police department's budget. So that's for the 90. If say every single recruitment, we match even I think the $1,000 per employee if they refer. So that's the maximum. So 11,000 times about 90. I see what you're talking about. You're
talking about the actual recruiting. Yeah. No, because the actual hiring incentive only applies to lateral officers that come to us. That means they work for another agency, they've been there 2 years. About 45 of those officers that we hire will come from the cadet pool or the people that do not qualify for this incentive. So, and of those 45 that we hope to have as laterals, some of those may not qualify for this incentive as well for a variety of reasons. We may attract somebody from out of state. We may get somebody that comes to our department who has less than 2 years on in another agency. So it's difficult to say, but I am confident that with the salary savings from our vacancies that we will be able to absorb and pay for the bonuses that are set before you.
Okay.
Very confident in that.
Okay. And so we're anticipating about 50% of the vacancies potentially. But we should know that it could, it may be unrealistic, but every position could be filled by a lateral.
I sure hope. Well, we wouldn't allow we wouldn't allow that because we have cadets that we need to put through the academy and hire. But the more laterals we can hire, the better we're going to be, the safer our citizens will be as well.
Okay. And then within those costs, so we're just talking about bonuses. Now let's talk about the sick and vacation, so 40 hours, right, per lateral. So would that also be something that the department can absorb with this cost savings in terms of the existing vacancies? I just want to make sure that we are being very transparent as to where these funds are going to come from. I don't want to have to come back later and
Sure.
say we're going to have to draw from another department or go into our reserves because, we didn't plan
Well, the
how we're
40
going to pay for it.
40 hours of sick leave, 40 hours of vacation are really soft costs.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that is if when they do use it, it may not cost us anything unless we have to order back behind that person. That comes out of our order back budget. So you won't see those costs directly. We will as an organization. But the reality is we're there today. We're spending about $27,000 a week in overtime just for minimum staffing in patrol. So we have the option of not filling those positions and continuing to spend a significant amount of overtime, or we fill those positions, and then those people have the purpose of the 40-hour sick leave, 40 hours vacation, is to give them some security when they get here. In the event they get sick, in the event they're going to take time off in that first year, they have a somewhat of a time bank, and it's not unusual to see this in other agencies.
So you mentioned, and just kind of going back to the number that you see in terms of us attracting laterals. So you say about 50%, right, of the 90 that we hire. Would you feel comfortable if we capped it at 50 just to, or do you want that in terms of?
I don't know why we would.
Well, because you're saying that
The goal for us should be, or is, to be able to reach 760 officers. And we do that through a blend of cadets, hiring people out of the academy, and laterals. But if we had an abundance of laterals that came to us that were great police officers, the best of the best, proven themselves across the state, would we tell them, no thank you? Because we don't want to give you the $10,000 bonus? I think we'd be foolish to do that, so I would hate to see us put a cap.
Yeah, well, and so we're doing the program for a year. That's correct, and then we'll come back and see how we do with the
That's
incentives.
correct. It's
Okay.
a one-year side letter of agreement.
And I am supportive. I think that you've been very clear as to kind of the issues that we have in terms of our recruitment, and obviously, I would like to see more officers on the ground. So I hope that with this program, we're able to hire the officers quickly, because I would like to see, just for example, in my district, Quigley Park, the other day people said, this is the first time we've come in over a year because there's homeless and we don't feel safe, and so to increase our patrol and be able to do that, I'm supportive of being able to have incentives that will attract and help us attract people and get them hired to meet the issue that we have. The other thing that I just wanted to mention, I know that this has been an ongoing issue in terms of recruitment, and so I would like to see, and this will be something I'll probably bring forth next our next council meeting, but I think it's important that we think of not only the short term, right, in terms of recruitment, but look at a comprehensive, plan to recruit. You have the police academy, but looking at how potentially the city can work with State Center Community College to expand the numbers. That way we create the supply also here locally. So something that I'm looking to bring forth in our next council meeting is a creation of really a public safety committee within our council. We are the legislative body, and would like to, potentially have, obviously the department represented, so that we talk about comprehensively how we're going to work with not only State Center Community College, because I know that there's an interest. I know that there was an editorial written a few months ago regarding partnering, even shared facilities, to expand that and be able to expand the numbers. And so looking at those options, looking at starting to work with also Fresno Unified or Central Unified to begin to really build strong pipeline, because this is an issue that is not going to be solved now, and it's going to be something ongoing. So I think having a comprehensive plan is going to be key. So I believe that the creation of a public safety committee so that we begin to have that broader discussion. And also, not only just the police department, but I think that we've heard over time there's also still needs within our fire department. And I think that we need to look comprehensively and provide recommendations as to strategies for recruitment and to really get both of our departments back to pre-recession levels. That's what I would like to see. And so I think that I feel a responsibility as a policymaker that we really start looking comprehensively at these issues and recruitment as part of one of those. So I hope that when I bring that forth, you're supportive of that, and we will definitely have the department represented so as we continue to have our discussions on this. So those are my final remarks on it, but thank you for bringing forth and for working, I guess, to bring forth a tool to help us address in the short term the issues that we have to really strengthen our department.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Next up, we're going to have Councilmember Brandow, but I should say there's my apologies to Councilmember Brandow and Brand for not allowing you to speak first. I didn't read far enough in my agenda, so you all are co-sponsors of this along with City Manager's Office. So Councilmember Brandow, you were up, and Councilmember Brand, you'll be right after that.
Can I follow after that, Council President?
Thank you, Council President. Just hold your horses, Councilman Capriolio.
It's
So I'm
hard
just
to do in
gonna-
Montana.
Yeah, so you can hold your horses or your bears or whatever else you've got up there, chipmunks. So I would just like to spend a couple minutes to talk about how I feel like we got here today. And it really came through, so I have to go back to our budget, not this year's budget, where our goal is to add 43 officers. It was last year's budget when our goal was to add 17 officers. And as I tracked the number of officers throughout the year, sometimes in conversations with FPOA on the telephone, I would call President Parks or Damon Kurtz. But sometimes it was at a barbecue, and we would just talk with when FPOA was holding a barbecue. We were finding that it was getting really tough to get anywhere close to the 17 officers that we wanted to add for overall staffing. And so at about the halfway mark of the year, not only had we not made much progress, we'd actually kind of slipped behind. And the chief illustrated all of the reasons. We got hit really hard with attrition last year. Hopefully we don't get hit quite as hard this year in any one 12-month calendar. So we really had a difficult time. So about halfway point of the year, my office and Councilman Brand's office decided to call for just a conversation, and the chief was involved, and FPOA and the city manager and some staff were involved, just to begin a conversation of an incentive program. Well, what we'd found is the chief was already working on that, so none of it came as a surprise to him. He was already moving forward and with FPOA on an incentive program. So we just thought about how aggressive can we be to begin to fix the problem. As Barbara Hunt said in her comments, we got to build our police force up. That's right. And so Councilman Brand and myself and the city manager and the chief and FPOA began just holding some conversations. And that what we're voting on today is what I consider a real strong incentive package, and it's a result of, after we just kind of threw it out there on the table, it was really FPOA and the city manager's office that did the negotiations and came up with the package that we're actually voting on. But I'm very hopeful that this tool will be effective. I've always paced myself on my projections, so I don't think it's going to be a cure-all. But I think it's one tool in a basket of tools. And so I'm hoping that it will help attract some of the best and the brightest. Chief, last night I was at a function where the city manager of the city of Fowler was very nervous and said, we don't want Fresno taking all of our officers. And so I know that there's concerns in our neighboring communities when Fresno goes to add an incentive program like this. And so at the end of a year, we should probably evaluate where the officers are coming from and maybe we can skew things at that point. But being a co-sponsor of this, I'm very supportive of this, and I hope that I really do hope that it begins to. Now that we want to add 43 officers, we're really going to need some help. So I hope this does it. So thank you, Chief. Thank you, Israel, and pass that on to FPOA President Parks and Kurtz, and then Bruce. Thanks for everything you guys did.
Councilmember Brand.
Thank you. First to, as Steve mentioned, to Chief Dyer and to our City Manager Bruce Rudd, to the FPOA, and to my council colleague Steve Brandow for this collaboration over the last year, particularly the last 6 months, to address this issue. And since I started in 2009, when I started, our budget had 849 police officers positions. We never came close to that. And each succeeding year, it dropped and dropped and dropped until it got to, in last year, 717. And this council made it a point to say, Chief, City Manager, you have to maintain that level. And despite the best efforts of everybody, we fell below 700. It's a huge problem. And this recruiting problem is a state problem. It's a federal problem. Everybody's having the same issues, particularly in California, where we had the devastating Great Recession, 2008 about 2010. When it started to recover, we were competing with San Jose, Oakland, Sacramento, Stockton. Everybody had lost, in some cases, over hundreds of officers and was trying to recover. And Steve and I had a meeting about 6 months ago. We're looking at, I was amazed with all the recruitment. There were people poaching our police academy, stealing our best and brightest. And this was like a corporate, recruitment. So we were in a very competitive environment. And I think we just got caught, like everybody did, short on the timing. And really, the solution is a two-prong. It's one is to get the people through the academy, and two is to get laterals, because we've lost probably over 200 officers over the last 5 years. You figure roughly 30 plus per year, and you just can't replace those people with somebody that came just out of the police academy. Those are experienced people that we have to bring in. And I think it's essential to bring in some people at the lateral transfers with the minimum 2 years experience, some people 10 years. These people bring in new ideas. They bring in all their wisdom and knowledge that's absolutely necessary to keep the city safe. And during that period of time, in addition to the budget crisis and losing a couple hundred police officer positions, we lost several civilian positions, some community service officers, dispatchers, across the board. We were decimated. And we had the state prison realignment that kept taking people out of jail, Prop 47. And thanks to the leadership of Chief Dyer and the brave men and women of the Fresno Police Department, we held this very, very thin blue line that held this city together and safe from a lot of bad elements that still exist out there. And it's, in my opinion, it's actually imperative that we put this as a top priority, as a first step to trying to finally get close to our goals of 760. And if we got halfway there, I think we'd probably all be happy. But it's the start of a process. And I know some of the questions, and they're legitimate questions about how do you pay for this? Because if you bring in a lateral officer and you're paying $10,000, remember that's paid incrementally in 4 installments, and I believe it takes about 2 years to fully pay out. So you're talking about a cost of $5,000 per year. And if you had 10 people, that's $50,000 a year over 2 years. This year, $50,000 next year. Right now, we're spending $27,000 per week in overtime, $1.4 million a year, that will hopefully start to decline as we bring in these new police officers. We're also, unfortunately, continuing to save money on attrition. We're not hiring at the level we had thought. And I know this year's budget actually planned to incrementally to bring in, but even then, so in my mind, there's no question the cost of our recruiting efforts, be it the lateral or at the entry level, will be more than offset by savings, and hopefully we'll reach the point where we can bring this department up to its full strength, not only with police officers, but also with the support staff that's essential to the core service of this city. So if I've made a motion yet, I make a motion to approve this lateral side letter of agreement.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Hey, Councilmember Capriolio, did you want to weigh into this discussion?
Yes, thank you, Council President.
Sure.
I want to add my gratitude to the FPOA, Chief Dyer, City Manager's Office, as well as my colleagues Brandon Brandel, for this approach to incentivize people to come to our community and participate in our law enforcement public safety aspect. And it seems to me that this will not only increase the number, that it will continue the high quality of members of our Fresno Police Department. So I think it's kudos to all of you who have stepped up on this. That's really, really impressive and important. I also join in Councilmember Soria's comments in that we need to incentivize all public safety personnel or recruits, not only police and fire, but also our code enforcement department to bring in guardians and the best there as well, because that's also a local law enforcement agency, if you will, for each of our council districts to have the code enforcement people continue their good work in trying to improve each and every one of our council districts. So congratulations to all. I'm very happy to support this item. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Cap. Councilmember Quintero.
Chief, just got a couple questions on the hires that you're going to be looking to make. Do you have like a percentage or a number of how many are actually going to be out in the street rather than in the office or doing administrative type of functions?
Well, in terms of how we deploy our officers, there's got to be a sufficient number of officers in the field, number one, to be able to respond to 911 calls. But you also have to have a sufficient number of officers that are assigned to investigations to do the follow-up cases, the homicides, the sexual assaults, domestic violence, etc. And then we have to have a sufficient number of officers in our traffic unit, which is out in the street, as well as our proactive units, violent crime impact team and so forth, which are also clearly visible in our neighborhoods. But of the new officers that we're hiring, we have committed to at least 80% of those going to the field.
How many? What percent?
At least 80%
80?
of those
Okay.
going out into the field. Now, over the last 7 years, as we reduced our force by about 150 officers, we did cut some in patrol, we cut some in traffic, we cut some investigation, we cut some in the proactive units. But the goal is to build back patrol first. And we have got to do that. That's first and foremost of everything we do.
Yeah. And secondly, on the bonus that the incentive you're providing, I know in the past you've mentioned that other cities, have used this, so it's not anything new that Fresno's doing. It is new for us, but other cities are already.
Yeah, Santa Cruz, for example, I believe still offers a $20,000 bonus. I shouldn't publicize that, but there are agencies across California that do different things to incentivize officers coming to them, where they start them in the pay scale, how they front load their time bank, the incentives and moving or bonuses. So this is not necessarily creative to the industry, but it certainly is creative to Fresno, and I believe it's going to meet our needs. And I do want to thank Councilmember Brandon Brandel for being the driving force on this, truly, and getting us to where we need to be in the FPOA and the creativity and the support of the manager and the mayor. Because without that, we would not be here.
Okay.
And I do believe we'd struggle this year in terms of hiring.
Okay, and the bonus that you're providing for the new hires, that particular bonus, that will be used for their moving costs, or is that a separate cost that we're incurring?
The way the bonus is structured, it is a $10,000 bonus to those employees that come from another California law enforcement agency with a minimum of 2 years' experience. Upon being hired, they receive $2,500. Once they are completing their field training program, which will take about 4 to 4.5 months, they receive another $2,500. And then once they have finished their 1-year probation, they get another $2,500, and then they have to stay 1 year beyond that to get their final $2,500 payment. We want to make sure that people are just not being recruited here for the short term, but they're here for the long term. And then the other piece of that, obviously, is the money that we would pay to officers in the department who are out actively recruiting. If they do recruit someone that gets hired and makes it through the training program, they're going to be eligible for $1,000 paid over the same time period in increments of $250 each.
What about the moving costs?
The moving costs are, they would
Separate?
take it out of that initial $2,500 or $5,000.
Okay, so that's included within that $10,000 bonus. I know you're paying it in increments, but it's on. Yeah. Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
City Manager Bruce Redd.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple of things. First, it's interesting that 4 years ago that we were even thinking about talking about a problem with recruiting and our challenge to fill 760 positions over the course of the next year. I was here. A lot of us were here. We didn't think that would ever happen. And so this is kind of a good problem to have. But I know it's an important item for the mayor. I've been in too many meetings with her in which she does not want the good news of, well, our carryover may be a little bit higher, but that's because the chief has been unable to fill sworn positions. I've had that conversations over and over and over again. She, too, was very much behind the scenes driving the discussions with FPOA because she is very vested in the outcome, and that is 760 officers by the end of the year. I also would be remiss if I also didn't, and we didn't express our gratitude to both Jeff Cardell and Ken Phillips. While I appreciate, that the chief and my involvement, these two individuals were the ones who actually had to sit down and grind out language to make it happen. And lastly, given the importance of this issue, and it not only for just the council, but also the mayor, and I've committed this to the mayor, I will be more than happy and will be providing you quarterly updates to how we're progressing, like any other plan. If during the course of the year that the chief and I, in conjunction with the FPOA, are concerned that we're not going to be making enough traction or getting to where I think we want, well, I know where the mayor wants us to be by the end of the fiscal year, then we may be coming back with mid-year with further adjustments. But right now, I think this is the best plan right now, and we will be providing you quarterly updates to which we will be measuring our progress, and we'll report that out to the council.
All right. Well, those are all the people I have popped up on the screen. So I'll make a couple of comments. Really, this is one of those situations that everything that could have been said has been said. Obviously, with my background with the Fresno Police Department, I'm supportive of this. I think all my colleagues are as well. We share the very same sentiment that we want all our police force restored to its proper levels, and I think we're recognizing the new normal, so to speak, with the way we need to recruit. So I'm thankful to everybody that worked on this. Sounds like there were a lot of you guys that came together and really pushed this, my council colleagues, along with the city manager and the mayor, and obviously our personnel department, along with the chief and FPOA. So that's really teamwork at its best. So I commend all of the hard work for everyone that invested time, thought, and energy to bring this to us today. So we have a motion. We have a second. Madam Clerk, can you read the roll?
Councilmember Brand? Councilmember Brandau?
Yes.
Councilmember Capriolio?
Yes.
Councilmember Olivier? Councilmember Quintero? Councilmember Soria? Council President Baines?
Yes. All right. So you know what? I just realized I have been blowing through our timed items, so I'm going to start taking some of those right now. And the first one I'm going to take is I see we have someone here. My scheduled communication at 10:30. Ms. Dawn Bellinger, if you come on down. And I'll just remind our communicator that we can't respond to you when you talk, but we're happy to hear your communication to us.
First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for letting me speak here. I am kind of on the nervous side. I haven't done this before. We need to address an item about the Fax Bus Company because they do not go by the ADA policy. They do not let, they let more than 2 wheelchairs on the bus. They have the 2 that are tied down and 2 that are not tied down. And it's not right because they don't show the disabled people the dignity or the respect that they need. I was injured on the bus last year, and that's why I'm in this chair. I was trying to board the city bus system when the driver pulled out and I fell and broke my foot. To this day, I cannot put full total body weight on my left foot. So that's most of the problem because they don't care about the disabled. And it needs to be addressed because the supervisor even told me what the driver did she wasn't supposed to do. She was supposed to wait until the passengers got on the bus. But it's not right because, you know, they let other people on and they pack them in the bus like sardines, but they don't care about other people. And it's kind of complicated getting on the handy ride bus because you have to make arrangements at least 2 days in advance and make sure you got the correct change and all that. And that's most of the story.
Still have 1 minute.
But I'm not sure, you know, what I can do personally. So I figured I need to address it better. So, and thanks for letting me be here again.
You're welcome. Why don't you hang out for a second? We'll see if we can get someone to at least point you in the right direction, okay?
Okay.
All right. We also have a scheduled communication appearance by Mr. George Whitman. If you're here, come on down. You'll have 3 minutes as well.
Do you all have a copy of my handout? Yes, no?
No, when did you bring it?
It was given to the clerk's office last week to make sure that you had the handout. Well, we're going to wing it. You'll just have to trust me then, okay? As the graph shows, we've reduced our water consumption over 21% for May and 35% in June over last year while keeping our lawn green and healthy. This is because we converted all of our plant spray sprinkler heads to drip irrigation in April and May. In June, we used laser drip irrigation to spray instead of spray sprinklers heads for the grass 1 day a week. That's the good news. The bad news is the laser line takes between 1 and 2 hours to properly irrigate just one section of the grass. It has to be physically moved to each new location. Even with 4 drip lines running, the entire process takes over 12 hours. It cannot be done properly at night as it is impossible to see where to move it. So to be even more efficient in saving water, I have become a criminal, breaking the council water time rules. In real life, we all know that there are exceptions to every rule except death and taxes. I contacted City Utilities and asked for a waiver of the watering time, not changing the day, but just the time so I can move the lines during the day. I was told that there are no exceptions allowed to watering time rules. Another home using gray water was highlighted in the Fresno Bee. They're watering their lawn with gray water that's untreated from their bathroom and clothes washer. The article points out that there is a state building code for this practice, but the city does not inspect the system or enforce the rules. As a city, you're looking the other way when people are violating your rules. Once again, you've enacted an ordinance like no trash cans visible in the street, no soliciting on the medians, no grocery carts to carry your personal belongings. There are selective enforcements of these rules, yet law-abiding taxpayers are expected to abide by them. My request, and it's a simple one, is that you amend the ordinance to give city staff the ability to allow waiver for the rules if the waiver is safe and conserves even more water. Your option for not allowing staff to issue waivers is having people like me break the rules to save beyond what the rules are intended to accomplish, causing even more disrespect for city regulations. Why abide by your rules when you can't even keep the street in front of my home properly sealed? Do I pay my taxes so you can cite me for doing the right thing? It's time for common sense to be applied to one-size-fits-all regulation. Thank you. And if you would like a copy that you didn't get to it, I'd be happy to leave this.
All right, thank you. All right, now we're going to take our 10 o'clock item. We have a hearing to consider the proposed annual assessment for the City of Fresno Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance District Number 1. We can have staff here for that? Perfect.
Thank you, Council President, Council members. The city is required to conduct an annual hearing of levy of assessments for the City of Fresno Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance District, commonly referred to as the LLMD. The purpose of today's hearing is to allow all property owners affected by the district an opportunity to give public testimony regarding their assessments and for council to adopt a resolution approving the engineer's report and levying the annual assessments. As required, this report and this hearing have been noticed to the public in the Fresno Business Journal, and we have received no letters of protest from district or property owners at this time. Due to the limitations created by the passage of Prop 218 in 1996, the $703,000 in assessments collected only provides for minimal landscape maintenance services associated along the streets within each district. These basic services for the LMD include weed removal and cleaning every 60 to 90 days and does not allow for any major repairs or plant replacement. I want to make a note. It is the intent of staff to return to council soon to initiate the Prop 218 process for the LMD that would likely include the recommendation to adjust the existing assessments in order to adequately fund the cost of maintaining the districts. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
All right. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item?
Yes, I do. I would like to speak on this, Mr. President. Fresno used to be lit on the west side, bright lights, and all of a sudden they got real dim. And then more burglars and crime and everything because people can, especially when it's foggy, because they can't see you. And then people, you know, I think it's like a conspiracy, something going on against the people of color. Because I don't think that we're getting treated right. All those dark lights over there, we should be lit up like Blackstone and all these rest of these neighborhoods around here. I can't even see out there. It don't even make sense. And then we got these kids out here. There's nothing for them to play with. They out there in the dark at these parks that we got out here. But anybody that comes up here and bring anything about landscaping and lighting, we should respect them. They stole all of our lightings. They took all of our landscape. All these flowers are dying. Rodian Park, all the trees dying. Every house around here got trees falling almost in the neighborhoods where I'm looking at. We can't water anything. We can't hardly feed our own selves. Now, how are we going to take care of the city of Fresno if we don't take care of the whole picture? Those trees is our energy. We get our oxygen from trees. We get everything from trees. Didn't you take biology in class in school? We need trees and bushes and stuff in order to live. And we have to support these things. We got to find water. It's water out here. Y'all quit selling that water to China and everybody else and around here dipping all these water and all these fires somebody's starting around here. We'd have plenty of water. But we got water in Mendota. We got water everywhere. We got water up under this here building right here. There used to be a lake up under here. Matter of fact, boats used to come up in here. We had a railroad down the city of Fresno, Fresno Street, them trolley cars. So what you guys doing is playing games up here. Let's put lights back on the southwest side of Fresno over there, and all the districts that need bright lights, put them in there. You're paying everybody else PG&E bill, let's pay ours. Thank you.
All right, do we have any other members of the public that would like to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Do we have a motion to approve? We have a motion by Councilmember Soria. I'll second. Madam Clerk, can you take the roll?
Councilmember Brand? Councilmember Brandow?
Yes.
Councilmember Capriolio?
Yes.
Councilmember Olivier? Councilmember Quintero? Councilmember Soria? Council President Baines?
Yes. All right, that's a vote of 7-0. So now we will take our 10:15 timed item, hearing and consider rezone application and initiation of California Armstrong No. 2 reorganization. This would be in Council District 5.
Good morning, Council President, Council members. I'm Philip Segris with the Development and Resource Management Department. This morning you'll be considering rezone application number R15006, the California Armstrong No. 2 reorganization, and the related environmental findings. Staff has no additions to the report, and staff recommends that you adopt the bill for the rezone and adopt the resolution to initiate annexation and adopt the environmental findings that were prepared for the project. Staff has also prepared a presentation, and if you'd like to hear that, that's available. If not, that concludes my presentation, and I am available for questions. Thank you.
All right, we'll now take the item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item?
Thank you, Mr. President. I see my side of town over here. I see Church Avenue and California Avenue. And then I see up here that we want Armstrong and California adopt the findings of conformity to the Fresno General Plan Master Environmental Impact Report for Environmental Assessment number R15006-T0-6095, dated May the 29th, 2015. Why so late? But they around here, this says the county of Fresno. I got some papers in my cars where we supposed to got the city, county, Clovis together so we can see what we going to do. And you know this here. We supposed to have these meetings so when we expand, we all be together because that's that master settlement agreement, and there's one from 2003. I got all the master settlement agreements. Y'all ain't supposed to make no decision till you guys get together, Clovis, city, redevelopment, which is the city of Fresno, and Clovers. All of you guys supposed to get together, then see which direction y'all want to go, what you're going to do, who's going to pay what. We got a Fresno County, general plan. They got some names for, they digging gold and minerals up underground, and we ain't supposed to be giving that land to nobody. We doing that. I got some papers y'all wouldn't believe. You know what? I think we should put this on hold till we get to see what we got. Call this county over here. Don't let nothing else go off in here before the county and Clovis and everybody get together. Sal, you know about that master settlement agreement. City attorney, where he at? He gone, but you'll handle it. See about them a master settlement agreement with Judge Kane sound over at the convention center before you can expand anywhere. You got to get together because they got the Herndon Access case. They got a lot of cases they threw out of court, and then they ain't gonna throw them out of court because they didn't uphold the agreement. So it's got to be crucial. I can't talk on the police power, but you guys got to come in together on these issues and read. And Sal, you knows it. Brand, you knows it. Mr. Rudd, how you doing, Bruce? I see you in the paper. You knows it. Yvonne, all you guys supposed to know it. So we got to take care of these issues, because if something happens, y'all going to be in a lot of trouble and a lot of money. And of this one here, the one in LAFCO, we borrowed money. City of Fresno borrowed money from my property, 2475 South Warren, my mother's property out there, before we was annexed into the City of Fresno. Go across the street to LAFCO and ask them. Go ask them about a lot of this stuff through LAFCO across the street. They got all y'all the information. Whatever you guys do to better the west side of Fresno, I say prove it. Thank you very much.
All right. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to comment on this item? All right. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Barbara, we knows it that you knows it. So, yeah, I like your red hair matches your outfit, too. You look gorgeous. You look gorgeous. Yeah, there you are. We could listen to you all day. I have a question for staff. For this rezone, is this the first rezone application for under the new general plan? Yes, it is. Just want to say it's history.
Okay. Yes.
Just wanted to say that. Okay. Motion to approve. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We have a motion by Councilmember Quintero, and I think, Councilmember Brand. I think you were the second. So, Madam Clerk, we'll have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Brand? Councilmember Brandau?
Yes.
Councilmember Capriolio?
Yes.
Councilmember Olivier? Councilmember Quintero? Councilmember Soria? Council President Baines?
Yes. The item passes 7-0. Thank you, staff. All right, we have taken care of our timed items for the morning. So what I'm going to do, Council, a little bit is I see we have people in the audience that have been waiting very patiently for unscheduled communication. So I'm going to go ahead and take them right now, and then we'll pick up the rest of our general administration items. So first up, we will have Rick Morse. And if you come down, state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Yes, you're on there, Barbara.
Lady and gentlemen of the City Council, the last time I appeared before you, I was in a posture where I had to determine who knew what and when. This time I'm going to perform a magic trick. What I'm going to do today is I'm going to make this entire City Council, Madam CEO, and the Mayor's office completely disappear with a few simple documents and a few choice words. On July 16, 2015, Mr. Brand indicated that I lied to the City Council about an inappropriate charter change. He said that we changed it. I said, how dare you? He said, we voted, and I said, who voted? And he said that it was Section 1504 of the City Charter. Now, you put this on the record, and I assure you this will be used against him in a court of law. You can laugh if you want. I'd get a better attorney, Mr. Brand. Because I wouldn't be surprised if he told you that on June 8, 2010, there was a primary election where 34,272 people voted for the charter change, and 18,661 did not, voted against it, out of approximately 120,000 ballots cast. I do have that information from the official website. What I would be surprised if he told you was that the general election, not one vote was cast for or against the charter change out of approximately 204,000 votes that were cast at the general election, the statewide general election. 83,759 people were instantly disenfranchised when the ballot was passed at the primary. I do have that information here. I also wouldn't be surprised if he told you that relevant sections of the California Elections Code and the California Government Code requires that if you want to establish, repeal, or amend a city charter in the state of California, it requires what? Vote at the statewide general election. That was never done. So now comes the easy part. All I have to do is snap my fingers and say abracadabra, and you do not exist as the governing body. Neither does Mayor, CEO, in the Ivory Tower. Can this be fixed? Yeah. It's going to require another really big magic trick. So what I would suggest that we do is Mr. Brand have Leslie call my attorney secretary and we can meet and try to figure out what needs to be done to fix this. In the meantime, I do have a magic trick that I would like for you to perform for me. In this envelope, there are 4 names. Those are the people that are by and large responsible for all the nonsense that you guys saw in the video that I provided for you, and all the nonsense in the videos that we didn't provide for you. By the time I get home, I'll expect that these people and all the nonsense will disappear from my life completely because, well, I have 83,759 people to perform this magic trick for. Thank you for your time. You guys have a good day.
David Taub, you have 3 minutes. State your name and address for the record.
My City Council, thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity to exercise my First Amendment to redress my government for grievances. When I opened my utility bill this month, I received this pink little slip that said that there's going to be an extra charge now of 2.3% for just using my credit card to pay the city to pay one of my bills. I think this is wrong. I think it's kind of silly that I have to pay extra to pay you to pay my bill. I haven't had to do this for the last 7 years since I've been a utility payer. I've been able to go online, click pay with credit card, and pay my bill. And now I'm told I have to pay extra. And one of the things that troubles me about this is I do not believe there's ever been a discussion in open forum about this. I don't know if this is from a vote. I don't believe that the City Council ever voted on this. It sounds like it's a decision that came from the administration. And I believe that if we're going to do this, I hope that you guys can discuss it, the merits of this. Personally, I believe this is not right. It's illegal for a retailer to charge extra for a credit card. Now, while governments are exempt from this, just because it's legal doesn't make it right. Now, why is the city doing this? I'm not sure. Maybe that's why we can have it in front of a discussion. You know, you've been accepting these payments for 8 years, so why the change now? The city seems to be in a healthier financial place than it has been in the past couple of years. So why are we doing this? There are many benefits of using a credit card, not only a convenience for the customer, but for a convenience for the city as well. A credit card doesn't bounce. Once somebody pays with a credit card, you guys get the money. So what's the extra charge for? Why are you passing on to people like me, most people in the city who pay for a credit card? Do we even know the breakdown of percentages of who pays with a credit card, who pays with a check, who pays with cash, who pays with other? These are the things that can be brought up in an open discussion. I hope that you take this consideration, that you at least put a stop right now to these extra charges for putting this extra charge on the back of people like me. Once again, this is just another example of this terrible perception that Fresno is a hard place to do business with. When you charge extra just to pay you, it just has that perception. I think that's unnecessary. So I asked my City Council, please consider taking this up, doing the research, finding out breakdown of payments. Is this really necessary? And is this a cost the city should incur, which it has been for at least the last 8 years? Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Next up, Councilmember Brandau, did you punch up for this?
I'd like to make a comment on that.
Sure, go right. Sorry about that. Go right ahead.
City Manager, I can't, with all the votes we take, I can't always remember every single vote. Did City Council vote on that change, that policy change?
The council was very clear in their direction, at least on more than one occasion, that they wanted the administration to move forward with taking steps to eliminate credit card charges that we were incurring. Over the last couple of years, we have been moving to, and for clarification, the charge it's not the city of Fresno that's charging it, it's the third party who's charging us to process credit card transactions. So for example, in 2014, the city of Fresno, primarily in the Public Utilities Department, paid almost $1.7 million, or incurred almost $1.7 million in credit card fees. In 2015, it's over $2 million in credit card fees. So the direction was very clear, and this goes for any credit card transaction, including the payment of impact fees, developer fees, utility bills, that we are not the ones processing credit cards because we cannot provide the backroom support, security, and everything else. So like a lot of government agencies, and this is not unique, Fresno State, now had 2 kids who went through it. If you paid your tuition online, they charge you a credit card processing fee. So this is a fee that we are just passing on, that we are being charged. And under Prop 218, we cannot use ratepayer dollars to subsidize another ratepayer. And by paying this fee, we are using ratepayers, someone who's using cash or checks is inadvertently paying the cost of a credit card transaction. So this was direction given by council a couple of years ago, and in fact, I remember Council President Baines and my commitment to this council that they've heard this over and over and over again, and I made a comment last year that this is the last year you are going to hear about us having to incur or absorb the cost of credit card transactions, and we have been moving forward aggressively in that area over the last year. Again, in order to mitigate the cost to either ratepayers or to the general fund in some cases where we're having to absorb that expense.
Okay. I had spoke with Mr. Taub earlier about this issue, and I knew that we had talked about these credit card expenses. I just couldn't remember if we'd taken a vote on it or had changed the policy by vote. So there you have it, Mr. Taub. That's how that went down. So is it safe to say, Bruce, that in a lot of ways, because of Prop 218, our hands are tied on this?
We'd have to find another revenue source that we're using right now to fund for example, we're using late fees to fund our rebate program. We possibly could look at taking that, but I'd have to look at what the value of this is, but it is literally we're handcuffed as to the type of or the kind of revenue that we can use to cover this expense.
I know out in the private sector, when I buy my carpet cleaning supplies, that company absorbs the cost of me paying with a credit card.
It's an overhead. It's an overhead expense.
And sometimes they gently say, oh, you can't pay us with a check today or something like that. And most of the time I do, but when I pay with a credit card, there's a percentage. And out on the private industry, usually it's the business that absorbs that cost. But in government, what I just heard you say is most government agencies, like, does Fresno County charge for the?
Yes.
Okay. So in governmental agencies usually put the cost on the payer.
Right.
Is that correct?
In fact, if you get a speeding ticket in Kings County, you also pay the fee.
Oh, okay. All right. I just want some clarity.
Sure. And I'll give a little bit because I actually remember bringing this up with Bruce back in 2011. It was one of the first things I realized when we were having a large utility discussion that we were subsidizing ratepayers over $1 million a year with this fee that we incur. And I was, and it drives up, obviously, our utility costs because we're subsidizing that fee. And you're right, in the private sector, our business would absorb that, but we can charge profit. As a governmental entity, we can't make profit. So they actually, the consumer absorbs that fee in the profit margins of the business. We don't have that same luxury here. So the only option we really have is just to pass everything on back to the client. So that was the idea, and I talked to David about that, and I know that in a real sense, he doesn't agree with us subsidizing, ratepayers on some stuff. So but we did have the discussion. It's been going on for a very, very long time, and I can remember council giving direction for that. So, Councilmember Olivier.
Well, I wanted to, for folks watching at home, to talk about the ways that you can pay your bill for free, and those are what? For no convenience charge if you pay in person, cash, check, cashier's check, money order, mail it in, or what about bill pay? Like if I have Wells Fargo or Bank of America and I pay the city that way.
We don't have that technology yet, and again,
we don't have bill pay.
We don't have bill pay.
Okay.
I mean, we're moving.
Well, they pay. The bank cuts a check and mails it to the city,
and when
right?
we can get arrangements with all the banks.
So we don't do that.
We did not have. First, we had to deal with our own banking agreements in order to move forward with credit cards. We will get to bill pay or the ability to automatically pay. But again, if there is a cost with that, we will have to evaluate that. I absolutely understand what the gentleman is speaking to, because a lot of us it's automatic debit against my account. I don't even, it's just boom, it happens.
What about paying by phone? That's the same, there's a fee?
No, I don't think we do electronic checks or anything like that on.
Oh, it's still credit card over the phone.
It's still credit card.
And then there's
it's still a
that
credit
charge.
card or debit card transaction.
So folks can avoid the fee by mailing a check.
Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
They still have to pay for the stamp. All right, so the last person we have for unscheduled communications, Barbara Hunt. Barbara, unscheduled communication.
Unscheduled communication, and that's what I signed up for. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for recognizing me. What I want to talk about is the gangs. All these boys and girls out here, I'll say about the past 40 years or 50 years, I've been seeing them. There's nothing for them to do. There's no jobs out here. The schools don't want to teach them. That's why when I was going through college, I had to get a human service class because the teachers didn't want to teach the kids, and even in the schools, they put them in charter schools. So I think we're not putting the whole picture together until we start getting jobs for all these gangs out here and putting them to work, because Sal knows, and he put their school in his district. So we used to have in redevelopment area, you used to have to hire somebody local from that area. Sal wanted to have them go to school so they can learn before they can do that, but that's not what it called for, Sal. They called to put the people in the area to work. And so we missed out on that. We missed out. They got all that money from Southwest Fresno, all that merger one, all that. Sal, your district has got them Southeast signs. You got my money over there in your district for Southeast. And you told me, you said, Barbara, I can't bring it up. Somebody else got to bring it up for me. I'm bringing it up. Those signs still says east over there, the Southeast, and they turned that quarter in 1900. We were Southwest, and they turned that quarter and made us Southeast, and all our money is coming across town, and these kids don't have no jobs, no money, nothing over here for them, and I'm damn sick and tired of it. I done went to too many funerals. I'm tired. I'm going to sing this song, oh, freedom. Oh, freedom, oh, freedom over me. And before I be a slave and be buried in my grave, I go home to my father's promised land. I'm not going that route. I want these kids to have jobs. I don't care what color they is. Let's put them to work. We can bring these kids in. These are God's kids. Y'all gonna get that same judgment. God gonna give you what you giving them. Chief Dodge willing to help all of them. Get the money and the resources. You guys not even giving him the money enough to get all these polices he got. And we got 500 million, we got all these millions of people here. And we're supposed to have another city council up here. When the district grows, we got to have another city council up here too. So get that money out, because the redevelopment agency is the city council. The city council is a city council for the city of Fresno. And all that money, you guys got it because I got the papers. And I'm going to bring them down here. I give them to the FBI because I know they're in here. And I know we got to do what's right. Now, Chief not give the nearest enough money he needs for to fight all this stuff going on out here, and all these people across the world, we seeing what's going on and what's going to happen. And we third degree in him like he a 5-year-old baby when he's the chief of all them down California with that association. Let it ring. I'm getting off the screen right now, Mr. President, but I want to say we got to do something for these gangs. I don't care what color they is, 150-some races around here. Let's take care of these babies and get them jobs. We can do it. If it ain't nothing, but let's go out and chop cotton. Let's put them in school. Let's cut grapes. Any damn thing.
Thank you, Barbara. All right, we will now return to our general administration items. We have item 2G, actions pertaining to accepting funds from the Board of State and Community Corrections and entering into addendum number 2 to the agreement with partner cities in Fresno County.
Thank you, Council President Baines. The item that you have before you is number 1. The action item is to accept funding of just under $1.7 million from the California Board of State and Community Corrections. We are the fiscal agent in the Fresno city. The second is to authorize the Chief of Police to enter into and execute an addendum to MOU with all of the cities in Fresno County as well as the county itself regarding the use of these funds. And then third is to authorize the First Amendment of the Position Authorization Resolution. And I need to make a correction on that number. It's not 15491, it should be 15105, and that is for us to hire another crime analyst with these funds. which is titled a Community Outreach Specialist position. About 40% of the monies that we receive of this $1.7 million goes to the police department, to the city of Fresno. The other funds are really pass-through monies, but the monies are being utilized for regional data sharing, for the countywide crime analyst, 3 in the police department, now an additional one, which gives us 4, 1 for Clovis, and 1 for the East County, 1 for the West County, as well as it pays us as well and the Sheriff's Department for prisoner transportation and mental health training, as well as providing funding, $350,000 to the county to offset cost of mental health workers that would be out in the field. Funding is also provided under the category of video policing, which allows us to that funding to pay for our body-worn camera 5-year lease payment. And with that, I'll open up any questions you might have.
All right, we'll now take the... Okay, I'm going to go out to the public. We'll now take the item out to the public. I have Barbara Hunt for item 2G.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, see, this is what I'm talking about, a good collaboration between all of these departments. Margaret Mims don't know, at Haas Garage, I used to drive trucks out there and cut them motors out, them things with my husband out there. See, this one here, we're accepting funding for that $1 million some dollars, but this is what the chief is doing, and the county of Fresno. The chief of police to enter into this agreement, and they're connecting between the city of Fresno, Clovis, Kalinga, Fireball, Fowler, Huron, Kerman, Kingsburg, Mendota, Orange Grove, Pioneer, Reedley, Sanger, Selma, and County of Fresno. This is what I'm talking about. This is more than regional. Hey, I'm talking to you guys up there, Sal, and you and Mr. President. I want your attention when I talk. This is what we need out here in our community, because we got all the power right there, and they're going to all these areas out here, and they forming together. We done went over regional, metropolitan, city, county, and we out here all of this area. Now, what are we going to do about it? Sit here on our thumb and let these people beg for a little money, and we got all this money in that accessory meeting I'm going to talk about later on if I stay up here where all y'all money is at, and that redevelopment money, so we can bring that money back home with those enterprise upstairs. Let them pay the police some money. They got all that enterprise boost down here begging for money for them, pay some more tickets, some more credit cards. When they got all the money, they ought to give you some of this money using our buildings and our employees, and don't give us nothing down here. I'd get rid of every one of them. Fine. Put your own money back in this building. This is a city of prison. One thing, they want to use our name. No, let them get their own name. Chief Dyer needs these people. They all together win a war. Look what they're doing all the way around the world. Fresno has got to be ready. And when they get them, I want to let them boys, if we ever have a war, I want to let them people out of jail, because them is your best warriors in that jailhouse. Give them a gun. We'll shoot up everything out here, and there's still some come around here and mess with them. We got to think about what's going to happen if something happens. What are we going to do? You guys going to sit there and beg over $5 when we give these developers all this money, all that CBG money, homes financing money, give them everything they want? And we're not going to give our police department, that's our own body, they take care of us, we can sleep at night? This is nothing like it was when I was out here. This is not no jungle anymore. People can walk around on streets if they want to, but I think something has happened because they're trying to take over our country, because I've seen these little things and these different kind of folks and I know what's going on in these streets. I think they're doing this to start trouble. We ain't going to fall in that trap. Y'all be prepared. Get ready. Like God said, Jesus said, when they come across to that mountain, y'all just get ready. And let's get prepared. It ain't about money. It ain't about food, clothes. It's about people. God's people. We're the people of the United States. We all his kids. We're going to take care of this place. He done stretched us way up in the mountains everywhere. The city of Fresno, the police department. We growing.
Thank you, Barbara.
My life been on. I love you and thank you very much.
All right. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Soria. All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Soria. We have a second by Councilmember Brand. We'll have a roll call vote. Clerk.
Councilmember Brand. Councilmember Brandow. Councilmember Capriolio.
Yes.
Councilmember Olivier, Councilmember Quintero, Councilmember Soria, Council President Baines.
Yes. Vote passes 7-0. Thank you, Chief. We now go to item 2H, adopt a memorandum of understanding between the City of Fresno and City of Fresno Management Employees Association, Unit 14. Staff?
Morning, Council. I'm Ken Phillips, Labor Relations Manager, Personnel Services Department. We're asking that you approve a successor MOU for CFMEA as outlined in the documents before you. The term of the MOU will be through June 30th of 2017. There are no changes to salary provisions established earlier through a classification and compensation study, and other provisions in the MOU match changes being made with other bargaining units. We ask that Council approve the MOU with some corrections. On page 17, Section E should read, the City shall contribute 75% of the employee's health and welfare premium. And on pages 20 and 21, annual leave should be replaced with any leave in regard to sick leave provisions resulting from AB 1522, the Healthy Workplaces, Healthy Families Act. I'm available for any questions.
All right, we'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? It's item 2H. H.
Okay. Well, on this item here, whoever making these agendas has to make them so people can read them and understand them, not put them so they'll try to throw them off. But I'm going to say this. Use your judgments. The council's been elected up here. You've been out here. You know the policies. You know the procedures. Do it. Mr. President, look how long you waited to be president. You're supposed to have been president 3 terms ago. They fooled you. They lied to you. They cheated you. That's what they did. I'm still mad about that.
All right, do we have any other members of the public that would like to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Soria. We have a second by Councilmember Brand. We'll now go to a roll call vote. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Brand? Councilmember Brandau?
Yes.
Councilmember Capriolio?
Yes.
Councilmember Olivier? Councilmember Quintero? Councilmember Soria? Council President Baines?
Yes. All right, item passes 7-0. We will now go on to item 2I, approve a transaction agreement between the City of Fresno and the Fresno County Fire District. Our own city manager.
Yes, good morning, Council President, members of the Council. The item before you is to approve the material terms of a transition agreement between the City of Fresno and the Fresno County Fire District, and to authorize and direct me to finalize a transition agreement subject to approval by the city attorney. The history of this is that our transition agreement with County Fire expired in December of 2012, and the previous transition agreement was problematic in a number of ways. There was a lawsuit or litigation initiated against LAFCO over this particular item, as well as a challenge by a developer over the payment of the fee. LAFCO also requires that in order for them to approve any annexations, that a transition agreement must be in place. Since 2012, most of the, well, in fact, all the cities within the jurisdiction of Fresno County have entered into subsequent transition agreements, and those cities also included a me too or a favored nation clause. In other words, whatever is negotiated that may be perceived as being better than what the previous agreement had, all the other cities would have the ability to take advantage of that. In discussions with LAFCO and the district, I believe that we have come to an agreement on basic terms of a new transition agreement, which will effectively mitigate the problems or challenges that we incurred with the previous agreement. Most importantly, the district has agreed to indemnify the City of Fresno over the collection of this fee. The district also has agreed that as an option that a lump sum payment can be made, and the calculation of that payment would exclude a 2% annual increase that's calculated under other contracts or other agreements with other cities. They also have agreed that all the revenues derived from the collection of this fee can only be used to fund capital improvements that are needed to mitigate the impacts of annexations. In other words, if a fire station was here and as a result of annexations, the fire station is actually closer to the city's sphere line rather than its residents, that they may have at some point in time move a fire station or build a new fire station in order to mitigate the impact of that. We've also included and agreed to include a provision that they could use these dollars to fund capital purchases such as new fire apparatus or things of that nature that are used to support our mutual aid or auto aid agreements. In a subsequent meeting with the district yesterday, they requested, and I have agreed to also, because of some history and some things that happened, is that I would return to council within the next 30 days. So I will be back on our first meeting in August with a resolution codifying what had been an informal policy, in that all annexations subject to this agreement would first be approved by the city of Fresno before they are processed or forwarded to LAFCO for their review. We have had situations in the past in which we did not support an annexation. The annexation was driven by a developer. The annexation was subsequently approved by LAFCO. And then the developer came back and said, there's no basis in which for me to have to pay this fee. That's your problem, not ours. Adding that resolution provides a little bit of comfort and is quite honestly, it's been our policy but never codified by the council. So with that, council, I believe and would recommend that you give me the authority to execute the final terms and agreement contingent upon the city attorney's approval. And I can be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, we'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
Well, you know, this is all about our water issues, and it compares of a lot of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all the way down to 20. But we need, Bruce has been here a long time, and he's been our city manager. He's been everything in all these departments, and he works hard and diligent in this department to make sure that things is right. And I know for a fact, and I believe in my heart, Bruce wouldn't bring this up here if he didn't believe in what he was and know what he was doing for number one. So what I'm going to take your time up, since y'all rude over there, Mr. Olivia, because you leaving here, that don't mean you gone yet. You still on my time. I paying your salary. We paying y'all salary. And I want your attention, Mr. Baines, please. Because I'm going to give Bruce his plaque and Mr. Brandell, because they work, and all of you guys, y'all works hard for us. So why not give us ourselves things that we need? Now, I would make these people upstairs pay some of this money. Still, they getting all the money. They using our name. They using everything we got. Let's get rid of them. Take them. Tell them, well, we're going to take our city hall over. We don't need you guys no more. Take your utilities development and all your departments and get the hell out of here. And then all that money and stuff will come back home to the city of Fresno, and you guys will have everything you need. Look at that accessory meeting. You guys going back getting all that old back redevelopment money. All that shit is illegal. I see what y'all doing out here. But something's got to be done. Keep it at home. We giving our money away to these folks upstairs, and everything come. The staff said it. These not our staff people up there. Bruce down here, he works for the city of Fresno, but he got to do that because these folks upstairs, like they got you in a prison of bondage. You do this for me, I'm going to do what? They ain't going to do nothing to y'all but leave you alone and get out this building to pay you some more money so y'all can pay your own rent, PG&E, and your own credit cards. Let them get their own credit cards. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
All right, do we have any other members of the public that would like to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. City Attorney Doug Sloan.
Yes, as a result of the discussions with the district, there are a few small changes I wanted to note for the record that would be included in the final contract. One, in addition to the district indemnifying the city and defending any lawsuit challenging the fee, In exchange, the city would agree to use its best efforts to collect the fee and cooperate with the district in the defense of any case. There is a very narrow waiver of a statute of limitations as between the city and the district to make it equitable so that they could defend the fee, and that certain pending annexations would be subject to the old fee. That's it.
All right, please let the record reflect those changes. Do we have a motion? I'll make a motion. Do we have a second? All right, so we have a motion and a lot of seconds. We'll say Councilmember Soria was second. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Baines, may I speak?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Councilmember Capriolio.
No, we're doing fine. I just want to make one brief comment, and that is that City Manager Bruce Rudd should get a medal for getting this done. Congratulations. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Cap. All right, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Brand. Councilmember Brandow.
Yes.
Councilmember Capriolio.
Yes.
Councilmember Olivier. Councilmember Quintero. Councilmember Soria. Council President Baines.
Yes. Vote passes 7-0. Thanks, Bruce. And we'll make sure we get you that medal. Now we have item 2J, actions pertaining to the completion of construction funding applications for the City of Fresno's Friant Kern Canal Pipeline. Staff.
Good morning, Council. Glenn Knapp, professional engineer, DPU Water Division. In following Council's charge to look in every corner for alternative ratepayer-friendly funding, and subsequent to Council approval on March 5th, 2015, for submittal of state revolving fund construction funding applications, the current agenda item is a continuation of efforts to complete application requirements for construction funding of 3 essential major infrastructure projects, which include the Friant Kern Pipeline for the city's Northeast Surface Water Treatment Facility at about $26.5 million, the Kings River Source Water Pipeline for the city's proposed Southeast Surface Water Treatment Plant at approximately $77 million, and construction of regional transmission water mains for distribution of potable water throughout the city at an estimated construction cost of $63 million. Funding for these projects through the State Water Resources Control Board, State Revolving Fund Low Interest Loan Program is typically at or near 2% over a 30-year, 20 or 30-year repayment period, as compared to typical project bonding at approximately 5.5% to 6%. A 30-year cumulative comparison of all project costs at a bonding interest rate of 5.5% to a state revolving fund interest rate of 2% will ultimately result in a ratepayer savings of over about $118 million. Council approval of these resolutions will expedite completion of project funding applications to meet construction timelines. Myself and attending DPU staff are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right, we'll now take the item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? All right. Come on forth, Barbara.
Yes, sir, Mr. Boss, Mr. President. Okay, Friant Dam. My daddy worked on Friant Dam, and the people over here, when we had union halls, they built that Friant Dam for the farmers so they can have water. What's her name? Feinstein was on the paper. In the paper, she says she's going to get it going through Congress so they can get more water out here. So whatever we can do to help these people for the Friant Dam pipelines and all these other pipelines, you got about 20 of them down here, let's take care of them and protect the city of Fresno. All right, Mr. Bandel, I'm talking to you too. What I'm talking, I need your attention like Mr. President. I ain't the one. Look, I want those pipelines to go because we can have water for everywhere, and we don't have the right pipes and stuff in the ground like you guys want these projects in your district, like you want to take that pyramid up there by that river, like Baines got the other part of that pyramid coming down here, going to cover Edison High School from that semi thing they got going over here, and then they got to have all these pipes of water, but I want you to stay on top of all that stuff about them pyramids and shit coming over there, and in your district and yours too. It ain't going to work. It's by that big old river out there. So what we got to do, we got to tend to this man's business because he's trying to bring water to Friant Dam so we can go fishing, we can have kids playing water, we can drink, we can do whatever we want to do. Because Fresno, we got to have water. They're taking our water because they want to make development. Why don't they stop them development department from putting all these businesses around here? Stop that planning commission down there from making all these loans and monies and stuff, home finance, CBG, and money for these people, just giving them all this, and let's get our water in order. Let's get our own house in order. Let them people houses in them. We don't even know who those people is, what they track record. We don't know nothing about those folks coming in, and we still don't. Put them on hold like we put everybody else on hold. If we can put all the Mexicans, Hispanics that come in, chop cotton, cut grapes, do what they want to do, we can put these other people, because there's more than them coming in here, illegal. Thank you very much.
All right. Any other members of the public that would like to make a comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring this back to the dais. I'll make a motion for approval. I have a second by Councilmember Brand. Cap, did you have any comments you wanted to make before we vote?
No. Thank you.
All right. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Brand? Councilmember Brandow?
Yes.
Councilmember Capriolio?
Yes.
Councilmember Olivier? Councilmember Quintero? Councilmember Soria? Council President Baines?
Yes. Item passes 7-0. We'll now move on to item 2K, actions pertaining to the Orange Center School District Pipeline Consolidation Incentive Project through the State Water Resources Control Board State Revolving Fund. That's a mouthful. Go right ahead.
Good morning, Council. Again. Glenn Knapp, professional engineer, DPU, Water Division. On June 27, 2013, the Department of Public Utilities submitted a State Revolving Fund construction loan pre-application for the city's Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility. Shortly thereafter, the State Water Resources Control Board noted that the project would not be ranked in a fundable category. After that, and through the state's consolidation incentive program, Council approved submission of an additional $3 million funding application on June 19, 2014, to aid in the remediation of water quality, health and safety issues at the Orange Center School District. The city's action through the state's consolidation incentive program resulted in the re-ranking of the city's Southeast Surface Water Treatment Project into a fundable category. The Orange Center School District is a severely disadvantaged community outside city limits but within our sphere of influence, and is currently on a state-funded, limited-time bottled water program which supplies drinkable water for the school's 410 students and staff. Council's adoption and approval of these agenda items will provide an avenue to expedite construction funding application requirements and provide an avenue to eliminate current health and safety risks by supplying the school a safe and reliable source of safe drinking water. Since the school is a severely disadvantaged community, the low-interest loan maintains a principal forgiveness component, which essentially results in the loan being a grant. Myself, DPU staff, and self-help enterprises representing the school are here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, we'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item?
Thank you. This is in my side, our side of town over there. Orange Center been there a long time. Washington Union tried to take them like they took over West Fresno. Washington Union got a state by a city by itself, a little town by itself. Eastern. So how can they get all this property tax and money off and up in the city of Fresno and get West Fresno and all these other schools when that's a whole different entity out there by themselves? I think it's fraud, conspiracy. I think it's a whole bunch of crimes. But on this thing here, Orange Center, they out there all by themselves. Little dirt, dust, got a what you call that thing? What's your radiator shop out there? But it's a country town, a farm town. My dad was a farmer. We farmers out here. And they need us. Yes, let's help them. They need their water. Whatever Orange Center want out there, give it to them. Don't let Washington Union and these other little school districts. Look what happened over there to Gaspin Middle School, and I try to tell them now they want to look for some papers. They don't, boy, I can say something, but I just ain't going to say it. I'm going to shut my mouth and let God work it out because he's the boss. I'm just glad we got a school over here. You talking to me? Well, quit looking at me then. If you stop in my conversation, you over there eating. You ain't supposed to eat in here no way if I can't eat in here. You're going to stop my thought because something you want to talk because you leaving. Okay, on this here, I'm talking about this school. Because that State Water Resource Control Board, they the boss. They got the state revolving fund money and the consolidation incentives program going. Yes, give it to them. Y'all disrespecting me. You cut it out. I love all y'all up here, and I come to see you, so I'm getting out of here. But I ain't going to leave before the meeting's over. Y'all just keep it going and look, watch everything, and don't trust none of them. Don't even trust your own self around here. Watch them. We're in a war. We're in a siege. They trying to take us with that Obama over there. He's trying to say we're going to give us that missile. We don't give them Iran that missile. They're going to blow us up. What we going to do? So they let them blow us up? No, we ain't going. We the people. We're going to fight for America. Who cares about them people over there trying to get all our money, build up their country, and make my yard look like some dirt bins like this? Have a nice day, babies.
All right. All right. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to comment on this item? All right. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. And we have Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to be supportive of this item. I just had a couple just questions, and I know that you actually answered one of the questions that I had, because we originally submitted this application back in 2013, but because we added the Orange Center Schools $3 million project, that helped us, right?
That was the brainchild behind everything, right? Yes. If we did not use the Consolidation Incentive Program to help Orange Center, then our Southeast Surface Water Treatment Plant project would not have been re-ranked and eligible for state revolving funds for construction.
Awesome.
That.
And so it's a win-win for not only us, but also for a neighbor
for the Orange Center,
of
right,
ours. And,
right. Yeah, because they're still on the bottled water program, and that program's going to run out fairly quickly.
Yeah.
And so we're putting in a pipeline loop around that school, giving them 2 points of connection to service them for the water, and also that serves that disadvantaged community and sort of opens that up to disadvantaged unincorporated communities services down the road.
Oh, great.
So it's a win-win for sure.
Yeah. And so I just wanted to make some just remarks regarding this project, because these are actually issues I used to previously work on in my former capacity. And so it's exciting to be able to vote today on this project, because I'm a very fan of ensuring that our communities and even our neighbors have access to safe and reliable drinking water. And so I'm excited to see that 410 students and staff will actually not have to rely on water bottle. I actually worked on this issue previously, so I'm excited to be here in this capacity and be able to vote on this, because I think it's a phenomenal project for this small school, and it has helped us actually be able to obtain these dollars that will help our entire city, so that we also ensure that our residents have a safe and reliable source of drinking water. So I'm extremely happy to be voting on this project. I would like to make a motion to approve the project. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second by Councilmember Brandow. Cap, do you have any remarks on this one? Councilmember Capriello? All right, we may have lost Cap for a moment, but we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote on this. Madam Clerk, go right ahead.
Councilmember Brand? Councilmember Brandow?
Yes.
Councilmember Capriello? Okay. Councilmember Olivia? Councilmember Quintero? Councilmember Soria? And Council President Baines?
Yes. All right, we have
I'd like to add my yes vote as well, Council President.
All right. Thanks, Cap. We thought we lost your connection for just a moment, so we have a 7-0 vote on this item. Thank you, Council. Thank you, staff. We'll now move right along to item 3A, which is the Council Boards and Commissions communications. So really, Council, you all have had a chance to review this. If you have anything to report on any of the boards or commissions that you sit on, now would be the time to advise us. Councilmember Brandow.
All right, I'm just going to do a couple quick updates on two of the committees that I'm on. The San Joaquin River Conservancy Board, related to that, is you might remember last year we voted to spend funds to do an engineering study for access to the river, and that study has been completed, and I think we'll probably get it reported to council maybe in the month of August. But Conservancy knows. And so what this is really about is access to the San Joaquin River and the city of Fresno's obligation to kind of make sure that people from the region can access the river. And the survey has shown that indeed there is access at Palm and Knees, which is what we were hoping for, because it's kind of a good spot to access the river. And so I'm not going to go into details today because we'll hear about that when the presentation's made to council. But it really is good news that there is access points to the river at Palm and Knees. So.
And good work, Councilmember Brandau. I remember you when you first came in. That was one of the things kind of thrust on your lap, and I know you were trying to find a compromise for that.
Yes,
so
exactly. And I'm looking forward to when they tell council about the options. Then the other item the other committee that I would like to talk about is the Economic Development Corporation, which I went to their meeting last night, and they had over the last couple of months they had a number of personnel leave for different reasons, and so it kind of caught them short-staffed. And they weren't quite performing all the things that they had on their goals to perform. But they've rehired a lot of very talented and qualified people. Many of them spoke last night, introduced themselves. And so I'm very happy to report that it seems like they're very, very much back on task helping businesses. They do several different things. Right now, they're very helpful in the area of high-speed rail as it impacts the city of Fresno. These folks go out on the front line and interact with businesses and help them find new locations, stuff like that. But then they have a bigger ongoing mission, which is to attract jobs to Fresno County. And so I'm very glad that they're back on track.
Good deal. Councilman, was that all your updates?
That's all for me.
Councilmember Olivier.
Thank you. I had two items. The first one is the League of California Cities Board of Directors meeting, which I just was able to attend, was it last week or the week before? I don't remember. The most interesting item that came out of that was a presentation from a transportation expert out of San Diego. And the League is working very diligently on what's going to be, how the state of California is going to fund the maintenance of roads. And a mile-by-mile tax is what's going to come in, and the gas tax will be eliminated. And so they're trying to figure out how they would do that, and so that's going to be the next big thing. They're also talking about driverless cars, which are supposed to be the next big thing, but I don't even think that'll ever be possible. So that's my opinion. And the other thing that is Maybe. And no, I'll just save the other one for later because there's some of you I want to talk to, build some support. So, yeah, just the League of Cities is going to be working on I think it's called road tax. I'll have a better presentation on it later, but just wanted to give you a little heads up that the state can no longer fund through gasoline taxes because of all the efficient vehicles. Because there's a lot of people that drive Fiats and other such things that don't pay tax anymore. So they're part of the problem, is what they are. So, yeah, that's all.
Well, I'm sure with your new truck, you'll pay enough for me and you both. So thank you for subsidizing me, Councilmember Olivier. I appreciate that. All right, I'll just make a really brief comment. I want to join in with Council President Emeritus Brandau, and we both attended the EDC strategic planning meeting last night, and I share the enthusiasm with the staff of the EDC. Is quite impressive. I'm an alternate on that board thanks to you, and I didn't know everything that they were doing, but the EDC is really helping our county and specifically our city attract and retain businesses, and they do a lot of work, and it's very cutting edge. I was very impressed, so I'm sure there'll be more to talk about that in the future. At least I'm looking forward to it. So anyhow, that's all I have, and it looks like that's all I see on the screen. Cap, did you have any items you want to report out on?
Briefly, that the litigation exposure reduction ad hoc committee continues to work with our city attorney's office in managing the litigation exposure with a fair amount of success, I might add. So I want to advise everyone that we're continuing that relationship and continuing our efforts in protecting the city of Fresno. Thank you.
All right. Okay, Council, that takes care of our morning agenda. We're going to adjourn rather to close session and take care of a few items, and then after that we will, after our noon break, we will re-adjourn the closed session at 1:30. Then we will return for one item after that. City Attorney?
Yes, in closed session, we have the City of Fresno versus AIG Financial Products, the City of Fresno versus Marjag Properties, that's actually Rick Morse, City of Fresno versus Earth Choice, River Park Properties 3 versus City of Fresno, and a joint closed session with the city, successor agency, and FRC concerning potential litigation against the State of California and the Department of Finance.
All right. Council, we'll see you in closed session.
When the City of Fresno and the
As a result of the closed session, the council and successor agency have approved filing of litigation against the State of California concerning the RDA debt repayment.
All right. Thank you, City Attorney. We have one item to take up. We have a special meeting announcement for, and I'll read this, for a resolution of the city, the Council of the City of Fresno opposing Assembly Bill 113 pertaining to redevelopment dissolution. I see our Executive Director running up here right now. Marlene, when you get up there, I'll let you talk a little bit about the bill, and then we'll take a vote.
Thank you. We're recommending that the council take action to oppose 113 that pertains to redevelopment dissolution. There are two major provisions harmful to Fresno and similarly situated cities. The first is that the bill narrows the definition of a loan, and the redefinition would impact about 30 of our 68 loans and result in a loss of about $15 million in principal. The bill would reverse a court ruling in Watsonville that favored a broader definition of loans. The second major issue concerns the interest rate. The current law requires the LAIF rate be applied from the origin of the loan, adjusted quarterly. We refer to this as a variable LAIF rate. In the recent City of Glendale decision, the court held in favor of that definition. This bill would overturn the court ruling and proposes a 3% fixed rate. This results in a loss of, I think, around $54 million in interest. The total loss from the redefinition of loans and interest is about $69 million. 20% is lost to affordable housing. There are other provisions of the loan that the bill that are also harmful. It exempts the Department of Finance from Administrative Procedures Act, reducing public review and transparency. It severely limits funds for litigation, creating a barrier to seek judicial review. There are other provisions that adversely impact cities. So in sum, we're requesting that you go on record to oppose this bill and authorize us to send this resolution to the legislature. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. I have a couple of council members. Councilmember Brandow.
Thank you, Marlene. On the resolution itself, do you have the language drafted for that resolution already? Have I got a copy of it?
Yes, it should be in your packet.
That's what that's. No, that's probably the one thing I didn't bring out. Okay. And Marlene, so I wanted to just make sure, where, in your thoughts, where would we send this resolution?
To the entire legislature and to the governor's office, to the Department of Finance, and to the California League of Cities.
And to the League of Cities. I'm glad you mentioned that. So I'd be I want them. So it's not. Everybody in Sacramento will know that the city of Fresno is opposing, and I believe it's AB 113. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. So it's not just those representatives that touch the city of Fresno, or part of their district touches the city.
Correct. Our intent is to send to the entire House.
Is there any type of a committee in Sacramento reviewing that legislation that we should send it to specifically also?
When we send to the entire Assembly and Senate, it will reach those committee members because they are legislators. We can send it again, especially addressed to them and their role on a subcommittee. And yes, there's a subcommittee in both the Assembly and the Senate, and there is a working committee that's been appointed by Speaker Atkins. So we can specifically address to those members as well.
Okay. And I know this afternoon we don't have very many people here, but there's also people that watch this recording on Comcast, or they can check in and see a podcast version of it. So what we're really doing as council members for the city of Fresno, in my mind, by sending this resolution, we're protecting the city of Fresno because AB 113, AB 113, looks to change a legislation that if that happens, would take away a large chunk of money that we believe is currently owed to the city of Fresno.
Absolutely.
Is that
correct.
right?
Absolutely correct.
And that amount of money is roughly in the ballpark of?
We believe that the total amount of interest and principal is $108 million. Thus far, the state has concluded that $24 million is to be repaid to the city of Fresno. That leaves $84 million loss. And this bill would, for the most part, change the law so that it would close off our options to pursue that $84 million.
Okay. And so I'm very strongly in support of this resolution, and I'm thank you for clarifying that for those that might look at this at a different time. City manager, is the mayor engaged in this?
She is actively monitoring what's going on, yes.
Actively?
Monitoring.
Okay.
Yes, and working with other representatives in Sacramento.
And she would join support on this in the resolution portion?
I'll have to talk to her about where she's at with the particular resolution, but I'll get back to you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. I'm done with my time.
Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I want to thank Marlene and staff for working on this resolution. I will be supporting the resolution because I think this issue is extremely important. I think that over the next few years, the city really stands to lose a lot. We just heard of, potentially $108 million. I would really want to encourage the mayor to sign on in support of this resolution. I think that as we need to show a united front to demonstrate to the legislature that this issue really will impact the city for a long time in terms of potential monies. I did want to encourage maybe how we send the resolution out. We really address it to the speaker and to the pro tem and the chairs of those subcommittees, and obviously everyone else would be CC'd, but I think those are the individuals that are going to be making those decisions. Obviously everyone should get a copy of our resolution with, I'm assuming, some kind of cover letter from us. So again, thank you for bringing this forth. I'm personally invested in this issue because I believe it's very, very important. I know that when there's opportunities as the legislature gets back after summer recess, I'm going to be going up myself to make sure that we continue to knock on those doors to let our legislators know kind of how personally our city would be impacted. So again, thank you so much for bringing this forth.
All right. Councilmember Capriolio, did you want to weigh in at all?
I would just join in my colleagues' comments in support of this resolution.
All right, great. And I'll just say for the record that, and for my colleagues' benefit too, that what we do know is that over 100 cities have joined in opposition to this bill, so we will be in quite a bit of company in opposition to this. So I'll make a motion that we approve the resolution. And I have a second by Councilmember Soria. Madam Clerk, can you call the vote?
Councilmember Brand? Councilmember Brandow? Councilmember Capriolio?
Yes.
Councilmember Olivier? Councilmember Quintero? Councilmember Soria, and Council President Baines.
Yes. All right. That adjourns our meeting. Thank you. Or do we have anything else, City Attorney? All right. Thank you all. Thanks, Cap. Have a good time, my friend.